One. Good evening, everybody. And welcome to the Fed Post stream.
Oh God, this is not gonna be fun.
We've been doing some reading this week, and we're not happy. I am your chief angry internet man, and today I'm joined by a selection of other angry internet men. I'm joined by Trim, who may be about to drive into oncoming traffic.
I'm currently restricting my ability to turn left, so yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine, kinda, not really.
We're also joined by
Hi guys.
Bleach, who is polishing his pickle halberd.
Hikes are the moderate solution.
Yeah. Poles are remaining if you guys need that, like wooden pole, very sturdy, able to keep the weight of a whole man up.
That's a pike trim.
Poles are wider, it hurts more.
Remember, yes. Remember, bad neighbors make good fences. And lastly, and certainly not least, we're joined by Dave, who has hopefully updated his life insurance, because the chances of aneurysms are higher than usual today.
Yeah, I may be the only person on the panel that hasn't actually gone through and read the report, because I've been like, I don't know if I have the heart to do it. And then two, like, yeah, I'm kind of overweight right now. I'd worry about my heart. So
yeah, it's entirely possible that you'll hear a loud popping sound halfway through the show, and then Bleach is going to have to log into the studio and take over the channel.
Yes.
Just keep 911 on dial.
Gotta make 9/11 look like a kid's birthday party. Sorry, what?
I don't know if jet fuel can melt steel beams, but I do know what else it can melt.
Yeah, well, we'll leave that there. But, oh boy, before the show, I need to get a few things off my chest, because otherwise I was going to say them on the show, and that wasn't going to end well for anyone. Hello, chat. Who do we have? We have the brave ones in chat today, I think. We have Callum. We have LGM. We have Primed. We have Frank, who we haven't seen in chat in a couple of weeks. You've picked a fine time to come back, Frank. Oh boy. We've got Marco as well. I think the ladies said are doing violent cross stitch today is the plan.
Nice.
Ah.
Well, guys, you're in for a fucking ride.
That's suboptimal, Frank, but it's good to see you. Poor Frank got fired. Thanks, not optimal.
Oh shit!
Not optimal.
Oh,
I'm sorry to hear that, dude.
Maybe. Hope you get back in ill feed soon.
Yes, yeah, that's Silver. Just here, just in the corner, being legally savvy. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, let's do a quick round of a super quick fire round of shilling, and then we're all going to have a brain aneurysm. If you would like to listen to Trim slamming car doors violently and then stomping angrily up his footpath. Yes, so if you would like to, I don't know, pay for the fucking amount of alcohol I'm going to need after this, you can hop over to the subscribe star, throw a few dollars towards us, variety of tiers. We've got the $5 tier that just gets your foot in the door, gets you into the super secret Discord rooms, gets your name in the credits. and stuff like that. Going up to the $15 Vizier tier, you get to submit written comments that we'll read out live on the show. And then going up to the super sexy Grand Vizier tier at $30 US a month, you get to submit video comments, of which we do have one this week. Did anyone actually remember to check it? Because I didn't. Okay.
Callum put one in.
Yes. God, I hope it's some sexy mechs for us to look at.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Hi everyone, sorry on the no video last week. Some of the things I was expecting to do during May got pushed back to now, and everyone in the house got sick that week, including the dog.
Not the dog.
What joy. Don't worry, she's doing better now.
Yay!
Anyway, still working on the tanks. Painting does take a fair amount of time, but I'll try and get them done before the summer's end. I've also been working on a couple of videos and planning out a couple of others too. Plus, I've got a project I'm rather eager to get done before the year's end and show off.
Let's see, we got a Marauder, Atlas, I think that's a Highlander. I don't know the other one, sadly. Deal with it.
Marauders were always my favorite, dude. I love Marauders.
Yeah, they're so fucking cool. Though my personal favorite is the Hunchback, because it's just one. It's a cannon with a mech attached to it.
Yeah, I like the missile boats.
Oh yeah.
So.
Nice. I'm good. So at least that's a pleasanter start to the week than we've normally got. Yes. Thank you for that submission, Callum. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not in my normal chipper, happy, fun mood today. I've read 200
Well,
pages
you're in a
of
chipper mood.
Abominations. Well,
you're definitely in a chipper mood. Just not the usual chipper.
Yeah. In a wood chipper mood.
Oh yeah. Fuck this planet.
yep.
Cool mechs though. I really like these mechs. Very well done, Callum, and thank you for the nice nerd diversion.
Yes.
Oh, we're diving into some bad shit today, guys. I spent yesterday going through that shit, and it's bad. It's so bad.
You gotta hurry and get to your computer, Trim.
Yeah, I'm getting to my computer now. I'm turning it off. Give me a second. I'll see. I'll be right back.
Is the back end actually working today? Because the stream is being shit on the rear end.
All
That's
right.
awesome.
Yes, it is.
There we go. Much better.
Fucking restream. Their service is not good enough for the amount they want to fucking charge. You know, they want like $200 a fucking month for disconnect protection.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Anyway, let's move on. We've got a lot of shit to get through today. Right. Quick shilling. Boys, tell us about some art facts.
So, yeah, last week we talked about Art Deco and Tamara de Lempicka. And the kind of sentiment around the interwar period between World War I and World War II, where everybody tried to be really optimistic, and they had this really futuristic look at things. And then, but it was largely just isolated aristocracy. And the paintings that she did this next week, we're talking about Grant Wood, who was he served in World War I painting camouflage on vehicles, but he was a painter from the Midwest. Actually died pretty young. He died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 41.
Ooh.
But he's the guy who painted American Gothic, like is featured in the thumbnail there, which is a fascinating painting and has a lot of like hidden details and meaning in it. Did a good job putting that together, along with a few other things where he kind of constructed the American myth in his own style. I say the myth, I don't mean like made up. I mean like the mythos that surrounds the founding fathers or surrounds the American Midwest at the period. So so that's what we're talking about on Thursday is Grant Wood. I'm already halfway through with the presentation, so a lot farther ahead on that one than I normally am. Yeah, Americana. That's a good way to put it, Frank. But that American Gothic painting is one of the most iconic American pictures. Everybody recognizes it. I think most people have seen it before. But I don't think a lot of people understand really what it's from or what it is or where it's from. So that's what we'll be talking about this Thursday.
A nice upbeat stream after this one.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to catch that on either Dave's channel, the Total Blackout Painting, or you'll be able to catch the simulcast over on Bleach Demon, at Bleach Demon. In other art-related news, Trim needs to send me some more time lapses because I'm rapidly running out of things.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
But those are still popping up every week with the old time lapses on the shorts, just to get you some content.
Would you mind doing some kind of notice on them when you the ones you've taken, so I can just remove the ones that have been used? Then I can just know which one is which.
Sure thing. I'll sort that out later.
Yes.
After
later,
much alcohol.
Yeah, we're gotta have a hangover first, and that's no wonder.
I've already got a fucking hangover just from reading that fucking thing. Hey. Anyway, moving along. We'll get to that. In other stuff, Disc and I are still working on the old pirate shenanigans. Didn't stream yesterday. Basically because otherwise, me in that mood talking to a British person live on the internet wasn't going to work. Disco would have gone to jail. Disco would have ended up in prison. Yeah. No, I'm very, very mad. This guy's very, very mad. But
yeah. She got so angry she fucking tapped out of the internet yesterday. So
yeah,
Godspeed to her.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. She'll be right tapped out by fucking next week, since apparently Queer Star. What is it? Yeah, Queer Starmer's gonna fucking ban VPNs.
Oh yeah,
because he's the gayest little Nazi that's ever lived.
No, it's not even that. It's worse. He's fucking Quisling, dude. The most pathetic wannabe dictator on the planet. That is what he is.
Yes. Honestly, though, I think Quisling might be several steps above Starmer at this fucking point.
No, not really.
Right.
When I say he's the most pathetic fucking loser, if Quisling had been here today, he would have been Keir Starmer.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's that bad.
What's that? Sell out your countrymen to a bunch of roving gangs of foreign rapists. Yeah, basically the same.
Yeah. Oh wait, now I found one actually positive thing comparatively to where it actually makes Quisling slightly better. Quisling just sold Norway out to Nazis.
Right?
Well,
I hate this so much.
Imagine selling your whole country out to the Nazis and not being as bad as Keir Starmer.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Uh,
Are we gonna jump into it? Or you guys want to stall a bit more? I don't actually mind stalling.
I'm just doing a couple of things and then we'll get into it, because fuck me. So, yes, welcome to the Rape Gang Inquiry Report. It's a good thing we're not monetized, because,
That would be the end of it.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
if this thing's not fucking age restricted by the end time we're done, I'll be shocked.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, poor Dave hasn't read this. Actually, lucky. Is Dave poor or lucky? I'm not sure yet. But then again, probably going to work on Friday
Yeah.
with this shit wouldn't have been good for him. So, yes, I did some highlighting. Sadly, I think there's about more highlighted than not, because this is basically because the report's well written. It, so, let's start. You guys just jump in as you feel necessary if you've made notes. So, the forward, wrote by Rupert Lowe. Britain doesn't have a racism problem, it has an immigration problem.
Yes. That's a succinct way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean,
I also have a racism problem
Again, this is watered down.
against white girls. But we'll get to that. Yes, so. Yeah. So basically, it says he was unaware of the sheer scale of the evil that has been and continues to be perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young women and girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript for one
continues
such.
to be as a
Yes.
it continues to be is really important right there too, because it's not like it's stopped. It's still fucking going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Continues unabated.
I don't know if it's in your highlights, but in the report, it cites 1955 as being the earliest likely date of reported grooming gangs.
Less
So-
than 7 years after the British Nationality Act.
Yeah. Didn't even last a decade before they started doing what they do naturally.
Yes. Turns out that yes, it is Islam that's the problem, and yes, it is the entire culture. Because just you let fucking one in, and then they spend the next 70 years raping and murdering everything they see.
Yeah. It's in their blood. It's who they are. It's what they do.
Yep. So we're just going to skip that. Here's the introduction. So the Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of its work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country. The systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British. Ooh, they've capitalized white.
Yeah, I noticed that too. They did that a few
Good on you.
times.
By predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout the hearings confirmed what had long been known, but repeatedly denied by many in the political class. The Casey report of 2025, which was quite tame and nowhere near aggressive enough, say that the disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds are, yes, the I was going to make a comment about how the Japanese are definitely known for their roving gangs of rapists. Then I remembered a small place called Nanking. But though
I wouldn't mind
America
Nanking to
did
these
make the
fuckers.
sun, that did develop a portable starter gift to them, and that seems to have solved the problem largely.
2 deliveries within a short time, space of time, actually
Yes.
can make changes.
D-
Wait a minute.
Malix is here. Hi, Malix.
Just-
Welcome to hell. Or among the suspects for group-based child sexual exploitation. They, again, if we were monetized, they'd be getting to the right there. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing the significant proportion of those convicted were of Pakistani and or Muslim heritage. Note, convicted. A vast majority of these criminals got away with it and continue to get away with it. The crime stretched back generations, literal generations. The entire time Muslims have been in England, rape and murder. The rape gang inquiry was necessary because the state and its institutions have failed catastrophically over decades. Police, social services, schools, the NHS, licensing authorities, and governments allowed these gangs to operate with impunity. Note, governments. It's not just Labour. Labour loves it, but the fucking Conservatives didn't do anything about it.
No,
It's
they're as
just
complicit as Labor.
Yeah.
It is betrayal on a level unimaginable.
To quote the retarded communists, silence is violence. In this case, turns out it was. If you did not take action to stop this, then you were complicit in it. If you're in a position of if you were in a position to stop a single fucking one of these cases from happening, and you didn't do it, congratulations. Aiding and abetting, and we're sharing punishments.
It's not just the quote unquote agents that's gonna get what they deserve here. There is an entire class, multiple classes.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Quote unquote people. Yeah.
Yes, people. Demons from hell, perhaps. Then again, I'm not sure hell's this fucking bad. I suppose it depends which variant you're fucking reading at. But I can tell you one thing: Hades wouldn't allow this shit.
Nope. Not even a fucking half-core hell would do that.
No. So they say there was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. Yes, because they were afraid of being called racist. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. And again, the Conservatives were milquetoast at best.
That's one way of saying a fucking pussy. Sorry, pardon my French.
Yes, basically. So, blah, blah, blah. Executive summary. The rape gang inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns throughout the United Kingdom. They do a lot of repeating. That's the one thing I have to say that about this report that detracts from its quality. They repeat themselves in excess of what you generally do for rhetorical effect.
Well, I understand though
I
why
do,
they did.
too,
They're
but-
trying to frame it a certain
Yeah.
academic way. So, but
Yeah.
yeah,
but-
no, it was like, okay, can we move on to the?
Can we at
maybe
least
that was a mistake.
change the sentence of each time we use it just a little bit, 1 or 2 words? Organized networks of perpetrators, so gangs, built coordinated operations that transport victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, record abuse for distribution and blackmail, and pass girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. It has been previously established that at the very least, 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. In court records and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases were distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs are not convicted because the police didn't bother fucking looking. Dr. Taj Hargai, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslims to be around 95%. And that's coming from one of them.
Yep.
Yeah. Monkey has arrived. Hello, Monkey. Welcome to hell. And he is basically doing the meme of, I not say anything. If I say something, I'd be in big trouble.
I don't really think it's a meme.
Because if Monkey, yeah, if Monkey comments on this, he will go to prison for longer than the rapists.
Yeah.
Which is
he'll be
why
there for years
the government gets the little title of aiding and abetting, and then they share the punishment that the culprits get. And we've previously established the punishment the culprits should get. Am I being clear enough in a circumspect way?
Yes. I mean, as clear as you can be without.
Yeah, Monkey's not
getting us
joking,
banned
but
on YouTube.
the memes, he's basically doing the meme. Yeah, Monkey, welcome. You're going to be very proud to be Scottish today, I'm sure.
Mm.
Yeah. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and then stopped providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe they should have been imprisoned at that stage. But that would require the police or CPS to possibly be seen as racist.
Oh no!
Heaven forbid. After a few months, the girls would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets in taxis. Never take a taxi in the UK. Jesus Christ. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels. Yes, the restaurants, also known as fronts.
Right.
Where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and told that they were white trash or kafar who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children, some miscarried under trauma, others endured coerced abortions, and some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. Note, the child of the rape victim was removed by the state. The rape victim, that was still a child at the time, left. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East where they would endure Islamic marriage. Perpetrators from Pakistan, Muslim, and other Muslim backgrounds operate under an honor and shame-based clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white, working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. The gang members' justifications for their crimes can be found in the Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal known as fucking
Gibber, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I was going to describe the gibberish with other words, and I decided against it.
Yeah, don't invoke the words of Satan.
This is probably a good time to mention that we are simulcasting live on Rumble in case something happens to the YouTube stream. LGM says this is basically what the Barbary Pirates said. Yes, America has a solution to that. Send to the Marines. Kill everything in sight.
Yes.
From the holes of Montezuma to the shores of Calais. No, Calais on the other side.
Just all of them.
So it demands enmity towards non-Muslims, the superiority of men over women. Stop clock. Forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent. The perception of female sexuality is inherently dangerous. That's the second time of the day that the clock's right. A system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. Yes, it's the entire religion.
Yes.
Always was. You know, this is a bit of a meme, but it's kind of a Muslims celebrated Pride Month long before, just from the way of perception of female sexuality is inherently dangerous. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Happy Pride, Muhammad.
Yeah.
Well,
He
we know,
can't hear you. He's basically being railed.
we know that Muhammad would have been in favor, would have been a supporter of the alphabet mafia because he liked raping children.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Police forces
That's why
ignored
the
repeat.
LGBTQ wants Muslims.
Yes, because
Well,
in a Muslim society, their degeneracy would be acceptable.
It's like how fucking soon we forget, right? There was a time we were a proper country, we were a proper civilization where we understood that we're unique, we're special in the world because so are these people. They're special in the world. They are especially evil,
And
Yeah.
somehow,
Mhm.
and they cannot fucking uh, integrate with our way of life.
and
It's
somehow,
just
somehow,
antithetical to them,
we have ended up worse than their countries.
right?
Because, do you know why the Pakistanis are coming to England to rape and murder children? Because in Pakistan, they'd kill them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
At least
and
some
again,
of them. One or two.
it gets down to one of the fundamentals, and we're going to hear this repeatedly, is that white and non-Muslim are not human in their eyes.
Yeah,
we
that
have
comes
to
up.
emphasize that constantly.
Mhm. It comes up later with citations. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's keep trucking.
Police forces ignored repeated reports, criminalized victims instead perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexually transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who form the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. All complicit, all share the punishment.
There's gonna be a lot of pretty new forests in the future.
Yep. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritised electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs. Shocking. And then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. Political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. Complicit. And they share the
Absolute
punishment.
traitorous, absolutely treasonous, dude.
It is.
Yep.
And what's the
Monsters.
punishment for treason traditionally? He says rhetorically. So, overview of crimes. The independent chair for the Centre of Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has verified the 1970s as the decade when immigrant rape gangs first began to many of the girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955 when four Bradford, of course it's fucking Bradford, based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. 1955. Approximately 10 seconds after the first one was led into England.
Yeah. It's, as I said, it's in their fucking blood. It's what they are.
There's a comment about blood, but I'm not going to make it because that would be one hell of a Fed post.
Mm-hmm. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, drugs. Oh, well, there's one of the repetitions I was talking about. That we've read that. We move on. The scale of the rape gang phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement in the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationally the J report on Rotherham, and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped in this century. This century! This shit started in the 50s! And it's 250,000 this century!
Well, let's double check that. No, yeah, it's a 2019 statement. So,
Yep.
Yep.
Very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day, 4 years. See, add this number is probably an underestimate. Let's have a look at some of the data. Rotherham, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013. Only 2013. That's 13 fucking years ago. And when there are girls that were born after 2013 that reached the lofty ages of 11 and got to join these fucking statistics.
Jesus Christ.
Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. Telford, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, same perpetrator profile. At least 149 local authority districts. And we get to see a map later. Okay, here's the map. Here, we have
14.
suspected and confirmed. And that's most of the fucking country.
Yeah. Red with blood of innocence.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you know the worst part about this? The Packies are over there like, oh, well, look at all these places we haven't been.
Yep.
Yeah,
just
that is so much better.
Are there just no children in these areas? Is that the problem?
It feels like it, yeah.
I bet there's hardly any people in those areas.
Yeah.
Places worth living.
Well, as we're about to discuss, there's certainly no people in London. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted there were no grooming gangs operating in the city. A Daily Express investigation confirmed that was a fucking lie. Khan had direct access to...
Probably part of one.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah.
HM Inspector of Constabulary document... What do you mean, probably? For legal reasons, allegedly.
Yeah. I'm going to just say this. If you didn't like Sadiq Khan and you already view him in a negative light, you'd be surprised over how much more you can dislike a human being after this.
Well, Trim, there are no human beings involved in this.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
A document detailing these patterns of offending, he read the files yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Treason. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Port to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. Complicit, treason. And London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital. Yes, we know. We talked about in the mayor. With authorities aware, but
just to jump in here. So far, statistically, we're talking 9,000 here, and previously another 2,400. So right now we're sitting damn close to 12,000 in just what's been covered.
Yes.
And these clowns that are like, oh, but yeah, it's an exaggeration, the 250,000. We've already...
These are just the ones that were fucking reported.
8%.
Or rather, the ones that had the reports noted.
8%.
As we'll cover later. No shit, there aren't reports, because the police weren't fucking taking them down.
Exactly. Well, add that last line. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah. Incompetence, laziness, and corruption. So this bit just talks about how Sadiq Khan has filled London with Muslims and they vote for him and he's a piece of shit. Victim testimony. This is where it gets wild, folks.
Oh, this is the part that broke me yesterday. Like, I had to take several fucking breaks.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Fine. Let's talk about patterns that appear here. who can
Pattern
take a guess?
recognition. Yeah.
Funnily enough, we're not even getting to that particular pattern yet, Trim. Who would like to guess at what word could be used to describe the mothers in most of these cases?
Drug addict, single.
Single.
Yep, there you go.
Good job, Trim.
Sorry.
I pointed that out before you hopped on the chat, so
Yes.
I didn't want to
Yeah.
take up the oxygen
Yeah.
on that one.
So,
Okay.
for this one, parents broke up, mother got a new husband, man described as a paedophile who started the abuse cycle. That guy might have been white. Who knows? Possibly. There's plenty of white pedophiles that we can fucking wood chipper as well. Because remember, we don't care about race. We care about protecting children from pedophiles and the people that enable pedophiles. Now, is there a certain group that is almost exclusively responsible for these crimes? Yes. Does that mean that we're not going to also get out the potato peelers and the rock salt for the white pedophiles? No.
It is one of those. It's like every damn time I've seen on Twitter, one of these
I
rape
need to pee
apologists.
real quick.
Oh, but what about these this white pedophile over here? And it's always convicted, jailed, what have you. And it's like, it's only as if some group seems to get away with it all the time. Strange that.
But I was thinking about that the other
remember.
day because, and this is kind of unrelated, but I always see on panels where people are discussing race, some black guy jump in and go, "Well, yeah, most of the child molesters are white." I was like, that's funny because most of the teen pregnancies are black, and it's not fucking other kids knocking those girls up. It's a grown-ass adult men knocking those fucking 14-year-olds up. It's not other 14-year-olds. It's like, you guys just don't... It's convicted. Like, the big difference is like when... normally when a fucking... a white mom finds out that her daughter is having sex with a fucking 25-year-old man, she calls the cops. But not so much in the black community.
Well,
so
as we'll go on to read about, unfortunately, that's not always the case. And there are some lovely mothers in here that also get to have a meeting with Mr. Chippy.
Oh, yeah. God.
Yep.
There's so many fucking failures of humanity in this goddamn thing.
Yes, oddly enough, a lot of them start with the mother making these girls vulnerable. Though, of course, there is probably some selection bias in here. It's worth saying just for intellectual honesty, because unlike the left, we're A, intellectual, and B, honest. So this girl's new stepfather started molesting her, so she stopped spending time at home. What happened is when she stopped spending time at home? Well, she describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling, buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend enjoyed being treated like adults. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was takeaways. Every single one of these fucking stores is a front for these gangs.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. When someone's like, when someone's like, oh, but we have to have our tikka masala or whatever the hell curry flavored hell.
That's great. You can enjoy it in Pakistan. Get the fuck out.
Curry means rape. If you want rape food, go to Pakistan. Go to India. Whatever. I just get that slop out of the world.
Dude, we have the fucking recipes. we
Yeah.
have the recipes and we have the spices. We don't need them here.
You know what the best
To
part?
have
I'm
that
pretty
shit.
sure chicken tikka was invented in the UK.
It was invented in England, yeah. Well, but it was invented in England by some fucking shitskins there. So
Yeah,
sorry. I mean,
yeah, but technically in
But the
England, so
point
it's like
stands.
it's the geography does not matter. The grooming soon intensified, provision of alcohol and takeaways accompanied by emotional manipulation, with the men, many of whom were related to one another. Yes, I'm sure they were related to their wives as well, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends
Probably.
to Chloe. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced. Oh yes, did we mention that this girl was entire family needs to be fucking run through the chipper? Her uncle arrived
We'll get
and
there.
sexually assaulted her. She resisted and he relented and left. She told her mother about the assault. Her mother reported it to the police. The police accused Chloe of lying and no further action was taken.
Treason.
Oh, I should probably describe the highlighting. Yellow is general. Pink is horrendous shit done to children. Blue is when the establishment failed.
I don't like this color coding, Bessic.
I did not like how much of this I had color coded to. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, very Islamic, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. Hang them too. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis. No, that's odd. I thought that was illegal. It's almost as
Well,
if
you know,
it's
th-
almost
this
as
is when
if
the
criminals don't care
Goynip,
about the law.
the Goynip apologists. Oh, it cures everything. Yes, but apparently it also is the leading cause of child rape.
Yep.
Ban drugs. Just ban drugs. Just be done
Well,
with
the
it.
leading cause of child rape is white liberal women.
That too.
But it's universal suffrage is a mistake. But anyway, moving on. In the room, the girls are given potent strain of cannabis that left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken to another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her because they're violent, subhuman savages that only understand violence. And speaking of only understanding violence, someone gets fucking vindicated later, and we're gonna fucking talk about that. Shush, no spoilers. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. Eventually, Chloe ran to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls were picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. He took
Drink-a-dink.
Yeah. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends to take the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period. That's not a wise choice around Muslims. We'll discuss that later. But the men replied that it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. The incident took place
Now,
in 2000.
Before we continue, I just would like to ask Bessic, how old is she at this point?
I just told you. 3 times. 11.
Yeah. Exactly.
This incident took place in
Just keep
2003.
pointing that out.
In 2022, Chloe took the 2 men to court. Neither were found guilty. So, where the fuck is that worthless, fetid piece of shit that was the chief retard of Scotland with his complaining about not enough rape convictions? Oh, it's fine when it's white men, huh? Yeah. No juries for white men. That's clearly the... Yeah. So, she and her friend would spend hours in the town centre walking around until someone picked them in a car, bought them alcohol, or gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she was passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslims and primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle inside her where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to an accident and emergency, No questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass removed, and she was discharged. I'm sorry. Are they not mandatory reporters? Why is... Add them to the list. Put them on the fucking list. Every person there.
Yep.
Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she'd been, who she'd been with, and what she'd been doing. She replied that she'd been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismiss the 12-year-old as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she had been. She was 12. Also, I'm pretty sure that threatening to not rape someone, who may later go on to become the minister in charge of safeguarding women and children, gets investigated by the fucking police. However, raping a fucking 12-year-old, the police, that's fine. The police won't bother with that. And there was absolutely no investigation done by the Minister for Safeguarding Women and Children, who we will talk about later. The police found Chloe as well as other missing children in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but letting the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town centre and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. Put him on the list. This went on for years. The friend's new boyfriend, and her friend's boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as long as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Yes. I'm certain that textiles factory was definitely run by white people and definitely followed all the laws relating to work permits. Moving on, fearing further abuse from her stepfather. Remember that piece of shit? Chloe walked to a nearby social services office while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the social workers about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and were released without charge. Every single cop involved on the list.
It gets worse.
Yeah.
It gets so much worse.
Rather than going to school, she'd walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs had taken in their taxis, supply with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abused her. No, this has all happened before the age of 13. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did nothing, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither social workers nor the clinic staff questioned to report this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for abuse, they routinely failed to question, let alone pursue further action when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Every single one of them on the list.
Yep.
Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this had happened, and Chloe was relieved their abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sexual exploitation. On the list.
I know you've been raped, so you want to be raped in camera too? You got experience. Right?
Yep. Following this, Chloe,
Subhuman.
upset and angry, ran away from the foster home and after being abducted by a Muslim gang was missing for 6 months. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. It's all of them. It's every single one of them. Taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than commodity. Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse that went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man who was let go without charge. Put the cops on the list.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Following another
Absolute
period
fucking treason, dude.
of sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Yes, that's definitely how you provide help to the child that's been raped for hundreds of times for years. Put them all on the list. Frankly, I have reached the point where if you were employed in England in the police or child protective services anytime, I don't know, the last 70 fucking years, you're on the list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Every single cop and social worker in that entire fucking country on the list.
You're all guilty.
Well, no, there should be a tribunal, because there may have been a few good ones, but until they prove their innocence, their guilt has to be assumed.
Frankly, yes.
You're a far kinder man than me.
Oh, no, Trim, you don't understand. And I can't really say what I would have happen to those that have been proven guilty.
Look,
But
wood
chipper would be the nice option.
We'll just do post hoc pardons. It'll be fine.
I'm okay with that.
Eventually, Chloe reestablished contact with the friend whom she'd been abused with as a child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, accompanied by a group of Muslim men. The men refused to leave. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pulled her down, pinned her down, put his trousers down, and sat in her face. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house with nowhere less to go and no ability to remove them. She remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects, including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. So, Trim, about that
Jesus
blood
Christ.
Teps comment. We're going to need some winches and some pointy sticks. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into the home to abuse them. She recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. She was forced to commit crimes including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members, as the property was registered in her name. Put the cop on the list.
Yes. Yes.
God
yes.
damn it, dude.
See?
One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighbouring town arrived at the house. A notorious sex trafficker soon became taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There he was spiked with heroin before handing her over to men who sexually assaulted and raped her. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. The police arrested her, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. Cold and desperate, she got into the car of a gang member she knew, who'd previously abused her, and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Every police officer in that station that week on the list.
I agree.
But don't worry. Don't worry. She managed to find a new house to move in. But after she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and her emotional state deteriorated significantly. She was taken to a hospital after a suicide attempt, and while they discovered she was pregnant. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim, illegal migrant. Every politician in the country on the list. Chloe's home, moved into her home. She was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. No visas for illegals ever. You enter the country, you get deported in pieces.
Some countries should be on a list that is immediately just when they enter the door is to a room that's just a fucking chipper.
You know, no, Trim. I'm going to say it's not just the countries. There needs to be a religious test.
Ooh.
You know,
I'm-
if you are not a Christian, atheist, or agnostic, you go.
It's
Just
quite
deport
simple. Here is a beer, some bacon, and a dog. You are now going to engage with all of those.
Yeah.
And now that you're done with that, please step over here and on this piece of paper draw the Prophet Muhammad.
There we go.
And if they don't,
Right.
shoot them.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear her hijab. Oh yes, the thing that I was told was entirely voluntary and never forced upon anyone. Prohibited from looking out the windows of her home, and she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, who would beat her black and blue. Something that happened every day. One evening, she went out with a friend. A group of aged men started speaking with them, offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of a friend, agreed. Of course, instead of taking them home, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe's like, oh shit, and ran. Of course, the next day, the friend told Chloe that she'd been raped by the man. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were preyed on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe described as being taken into mosques where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels and preach that white women were just inappropriate, who were free game. Deport them based on religion. All Muslims, deport them. And again, there's the moderate option.
I think it's too nice, but hey.
Chloe believes that local police, social service, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the racialized nature of the crimes, but they did not intervene for two reasons: because they could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they didn't want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames these biases and the major push for diversity for her abuse. That's one of like 6. Here's another one. This is Fiona. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men, who she estimates were aged between 24 and 45. Grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with the staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. All of them on the list. All the staff on the list. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the man's car registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she'd lose her job if she did so. That one gets the special treatment.
I mean, it's she could lose her job if she did so.
Yes, and these
Holy
girls could
shit.
lose their fucking lives. But the boss gets on the special list.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the children's home received £5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. She suspects the manager avoid proper investigation for fear of being labelled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harbouring notices to the man. That doesn't sound like summary execution. Doesn't even sound like criminal charges. Official warnings. Ooh, warnings. Yes, I'm sure the men who are in the country illegally raping and murdering children are going to care about your warning.
Right.
However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different culture." On the special list.
Yeah. I hate. Oh God, sorry. I'm sorry.
On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. He goes on the super special list.
Oh, public.
Right.
Oh my, public, very public.
On
can
another
make
occasion,
so-
police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. Special list. Between 2008 and 2012, she was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, so between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to ring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid. Anyone who's ever celebrated
Jesus
that or put
Christ.
it on their Twitter profile on the list.
Yep.
and expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. Now, here we fucking go. Here's the fucking vindication. The gangs discuss fears that the English Defence League would arrive armed.
Ooh.
Tommy Robinson
Yeah.
entirely vindicated.
God, you know, if we would let Tommy Robinson do whatever the fuck he wanted, it would still not be enough in my eyes.
Oh no, Tommy Robinson's fucking too soft for this.
He's a soft man.
Yeah.
They discussed fears that the English
Right.
Defence League would arrive armed. At this point, I'm starting to think that the only British man that's not put on the fucking list is Tommy Robinson. The only thing these vermin were afraid of was Tommy Robinson and his lads. Because the police are ineffective, they're cowardly, they're complicit, and they're all on the fucking list.
Yep.
Yep.
Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs, intimidation, and violence used to control it. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout.
Of course.
Her abusers bragged that they'd hidden dead bodies in a certain location. A few days later, she recalls in the news reporting her body being recovered from the same location the abusers had disclosed to her. At 14, Fiona was
When we
abused by...
say- Sorry, just when we say subhuman, that is still too kind.
That's high
of
praise.
description. That's that it's still too fucking nice.
Mm-hmm. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo, who had entered Britain illegally in the back of the lorry, previously castrated in Pakistan as a punishment for child abuse. Congratulations, England, you've just been mugged by fucking Pakistan. Turns out that Pakistan's actually a safer place to be a child than England, because all the Pakistani rapists are in England.
Although it also does prove something, that castration does not solve this problem.
Oh no.
The only solution is at the fucking... No, I'll save that for later. Or rather, I'll rephrase. The only solution to child abusers is capital punishment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There is no rehabilitation.
You know, so I was talking to a buddy the other day. I've got a friend in town. He's Australian, lives in London. And he actually dated a grooming gang victim when he was younger. Like, she'd been groomed and her family moved away from somewhere else to fucking get away from it. And he didn't put it together until later that she was actually a victim of this shit. But and I dated a woman who was, when I was, right out of high school, I dated a woman who had been abused as well by her father. And there's no amount of recompense the abusers can pay that will remedy the damage that the people they unleash on society do. Because it's not just, a damaged woman, because that damaged woman will go on to cause chaos and fucking horrors throughout the rest of her community, right? She'll take regular guys and psychologically abuse them and act fucking insane. They've irreparably damaged that human being. And the only solution to it is capital punishment. Because, if punishment is meant to repay a debt to society, there's literally no way those people could actually repay the debt that they have incurred on society. And so capital punishment is
the bare fucking minimum.
the reasonable, right? It's the only reasonable solution.
Yeah, it is.
So, at 15...
This is beyond comprehension.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risks. Fiona, though, left there. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused by between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani.
The whole institution was burned.
Yep. Meet Michelle. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. That seems to be a pattern in her forming. Raped while intoxicated, including one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. What's that? Her sister was there. Why was her sister? Oh, right. Because these are all her mother's friends. Put the mother on the list.
Yep.
It's going to be a long list, and I'm going to have a good time cleaning that thing out.
Well, no. Trim. When you have these kinds of situations, the next group of convicts has to clean it out. So they get to experience the horror of what's coming to them.
Alternatively, we could, I don't know,
I'll take
make it a form of community service for like shoplifters and shit. Just as a reminder that if they commit another crime, this is the possibilities.
Yep. Go any further, little fuckhead, and this will be you next time.
Yeah. So, at age 14, she was gang raped, beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house, left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. Where were you, Jess Phillips? One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station to retract a statement. The police accepted him as an appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for a parent, close family member, social worker, or a trained professional. The investigation subsequently dropped. Put the cop on the list. One of Michelle's friends who lived in a care home would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes, despite them being children. All of them on the list. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. Put him on the list.
Oh, well, that really makes a huge difference.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll never get to her now.
Yep.
Fucking...
Michelle was raped in bin shed, straight with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing. What's that? It's all of them. Yeah, that's what I thought. An amusement arcade was used for She became pregnant 4 times as a child as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, an abortion, and 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim. If not, they were Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labelled racist.
Yeah.
Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years. What's that, you stupid fucking Jewish bitch? You think 250,000 over fucking 30 years is unreasonable? Well, this fucking girl got raped by 600 or 700 different men in 3.
Yeah. Hey, bitch, you want to talk about 250,000? Okay, what about 6 million? Oh, we can't talk about that? Fuck you.
Yeah. Meet Whitney.
Hi, Whitney.
Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues and her father was absent. The
pattern holds.
Yeah. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of whom Whitney recalls acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham. Oh, that's an interesting place. Where have we heard of that before? Oh, yeah. It's from all the rapes of children by Muslims. I've literally never heard any... I've heard 2 things about Birmingham. All the men there rape children, and they fucking fill the streets with garbage. That's all I know about Birmingham. Literally never heard of anything else about it in my life.
Oh no, why are you so racist?
Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. oh, what's that? The police are completely and utterly effective, but when a bunch of men show up and go, we're going to fucking kill you, the
Mm.
fucking cowardly child rapists turn tail and run? Interesting.
Yeah. These creatures aren't men. They're not people. They're animals. Treat
Yep.
them like it.
Yeah. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at age 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit messages. Sorry, what was that about section 127 again? Whitney's daughter told her there was a sex room at school run by the older boys. Can we describe those older boys? Whitney contacts sexual services. Well, that's it says social
what it
services, but they're basically selling these
Yeah.
fucking girls to the Muslims.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, easy mistake to make, dude, because it's just 1 for 1 at this point.
In one instance, the absolute fucking retards at social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's.
What?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yep. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to police and social services, clearly saying that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police responses were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed. Oh, but there's no record of that. Yeah, because the cops are lazy, useless retards. Well, like,
Right.
were we not? Were you leftists not the ones that said the police were corrupt, violent scum? Turns out they were right.
Yeah.
The more I read about the police across the fucking planet, the more I come to realize that the stop clock for the left was the police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the national referral mechanism as a trafficking victim without her being informed.
What?
Is the NRM really more of a like catalog for these pedos?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty
Sure
much.
fucking
I mean-
seems like it, buddy.
Meet Sally. What? Why have I not highlighted this? I apparently
Missed parts,
did not-
missed one.
yeah.
I mean,
Mother
yeah.
of a daughter who is found guilty of 9 counts of pervading the course of justice for lying about being groomed by. Oh, that's why. Right, it's that case. Despite this, Sally believes there's evidence suggests her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Yeah, so basically, she began making out stories, but the police didn't believe her about the rape. I think that's why I didn't highlight it. Because of all this. But, yeah, well, I wouldn't put it past them.
Mm-mm.
And so,
They're not people.
this is
They're
Marlon.
demons.
He's the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming. He reported his 14-year-old daughter, Scarlett, missing a number of times because she was being groomed. So the police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to a school which was involved in social services attaining Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she should call social services or the police.
I'm sorry. A parent telling his child not to leave is now more, subject to arrest and police
But
harassment
wait,
than a
but
fucking
wait,
rapist.
but wait.
Please don't.
It always gets worse.
Social services undermining his
Please.
parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Shocking. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and that case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. On one
you
occasion,
complain too much,
Marlon
so
stood
we're
in front of the
taking this
door to
then.
prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. He reported this to social services and simply said that he should walk away when she becomes violent. Put him on the list. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that if his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. Put the employer on the list. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up his house many hours later, put him on the list. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking, put them on the special list. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behaviour and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with the Children's Services and the Police's Missing from Home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged...
Excuse me?
Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. Played alive on national TV. The officer has since been dismissed. Not good enough. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged she was right to put them on the list. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. Everyone's on the list. Shortly after this, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she'd been raped. Pissed off, home returned her to the location of the rape. Put him on the list. And failed to report to the police until days later. On the list. Marlon had to make his own referral to the rape crisis zone, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Hold on. My fucking voice. The perpetrator was arrested, but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter.
Oh, well, that really, I'm sure,
What?
had a massive impact.
Funny you should mention that, Mr. Bleach. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice after she was found at a different property. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken to secure care where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff, other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. The staff go on the special list. The staff go on the perpetrator list.
Mm-hmm.
At a court hearing, social service attempted to place his daughter on a child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened and ordered this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Social services on the list.
We should force these guys to eat graphite. That's a start.
Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unstable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking on the national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed into a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff. I want everyone,
Damn.
I want every single person who in any way let those fuckers into that job on the special list.
Oh, yeah. No,
Right,
actually, every single Muslim immediately on the list.
Monkey asks if he's the only person in this country not complicit in this. I believe... Yes. Well, are you down in England, Monkey? I think Monkey's in England at the moment. I think you're about half of the people not complicit, Monkey.
Yeah. P. Callum.
Oh, yeah.
A small handful of people that we know are probably the only ones not.
Basically, if you're not in this chat or Tommy Robinson.
You can count the not guilty people on one fucking hand.
He repeatedly reported domestic abuse. Repeatedly reported domestic abuse support because the girl was attacking him because, like you said, she's been fucked up permanently by this shit. He was forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. All of social services on the list.
I mean, yeah. You skipped over. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of trauma and grooming.
I did
it's like
that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just like.
Yeah,
but that's exactly
she
what
is
I was
so
saying.
brainwashed by this.
Yeah, exactly
That
what I
She's
was
broken.
saying. Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Meet Wallace. Wallace's early childhood was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. Would you like to guess what happened next?
Rape.
Good guess!
Yeah.
Now, I believe this one doesn't necessarily specify the ethnicities up here. But here we go. This one's got a lot of police officers. One place, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He'd encouraged to say these men were his uncles. His mother's on the special list.
How can you?
No safeguarding
do
followed,
this
and
to
he
your
returned to the
own
abusive
fucking
environment.
child. Sorry.
Yeah. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He started to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse. Well, he made the mistake of being a man in Scotland.
His mom's probably a fucking mud shark.
Oh yeah.
I have lots of things to say about his mother, and the most kind of which is immediate summary execution.
That would be too nice.
Right. So yeah, lots and lots of
Yeah, the lack of seriousness from authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly.
yes. Yes. Yeah.
I fucking hate this so.
At no point was his well-being considered. The Sebastian was okay. I don't think there was anything specific in here, but yeah, just yeah. Anna encountered. Hold on. Yeah, so it started by a non-described perpetrator who started abusing her. Later, she encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied with alcohol and cigarettes. Seems to be a pattern here. And when she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. I'm not going to read that because I might fucking kill someone.
When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against a tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion.
Yes. The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, and cycles of affection, gifts, and coercion. She did not feel safe reporting the abuse to police. Well, clearly, since the police will just take you fucking back.
Yep.
Or abuse you themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. We have a ding from Danny.
Danny Delete 0H donated $10. Vezek, I am doing the calculations here, and I've come to a startling realization. This can be as cheap as $18
Dude,
to
I
solve. We
regret
just have to
Muslims too,
reuse the
dude.
same length rope for about
I
2
regret
weeks.
them so much.
Side note,
Yes. Probably shouldn't be discussing logistics, Danny, but sentiments, I understand. Also, apparently I should watch the last thing of Citizen Vigilante. Thank you, Danny. I'm going to put that towards booze.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go get myself a glass of sherry.
Try not to be staying near glass when I read the next bit out. There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to the government being fucking retards about COVID. The perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed laughter, and made rude remarks about her appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. Everyone in the court on the list.
Wait, what?
One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault, and as he was taken into custody, shattered. 3 guesses. First 2 don't count.
Aloha snack bar.
That's
Yeah.
right. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Holy shit, is that the first time 127 has ever been used for good?
Possibly, yes.
I still don't believe it though.
Mm-hmm. Taylor, meet Taylor. She was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. They began giving a lift home from school, sometimes in black cabs. Do not take a taxi in the UK. Actually, just don't take a taxi in general. Or if you do, fucking look through the window, do the Dulux color chart test. The chances aren't zero with a white cubby, but fuck me, they're approaching closer to fucking 100 if they're not. Taylor saw the man buying gifts to her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the man's sister's house and taught how to cook Asian food.
Yeah. See, yeah.
The whole family's complicit in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, you want to talk about families being complicit? Here's one that I'll be prepared earlier. White girls are filthy. Wives of Asian men jailed for raping vulnerable British girls reveal why they blame the victims. By Yasmin Alibi Brown, 30th of September 2017.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna say anymore because that's...
We are going to deport them by the family unit. Each and every one of them.
And that's a nice...
Each and every fucking one of them. We're going to come back to some of these other articles as they become relevant.
4 generations at least.
Yeah.
Not an ounce of drip of their fucking blood left in our country.
No, I'd say 7. 7 is a good number.
Well, most of them haven't been here for that long.
Well,
still.
Anyway, I'm not going to comment there because I'm going to save that for later if it's needed. The dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15 when the abuse began. She started going with her friend to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help with deliveries. Yeah, about the food. The food's the fucking problem. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man. Oh, wow, it's not a Pakistani.
One.
Kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed it was normal and the man was her boyfriend. And when she walked in with one of her friends, she realized this was not the case. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to the police being called, Taylor's father mentioned suspicions that she's being abused by Asian men. The police responded there was nothing they could do because she had consent. She was 15. I thought there was a fucking rape culture when 2 fucking grown-ass adults get drunk and it's the man's fault. The police go on the list.
For these things. Doesn't count for these things, apparently.
Yep.
I hate them so much.
Police are called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped her was in a group of Asian, it's in quotes in the article too, girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor and her friend home. Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they didn't want to face false accusations of racism, given that the call came from Asian women. By the age of 16, she'd been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe they were in a relationship, and to lure her into situations where she'd be gang raped. Had to stop in the street and demand she get in. She had to be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She closed on some nights. She was passed to as many as 10 different men and estimates she was abused by around 100 men in total. It's every single one of them in the country. One contact used by the gangs is send taxis, abolish taxis, make Uber illegal, pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leaving the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house for gang rape. Taylor has witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her head. The gangs used the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next.
Oh, so diverse, so kind, so demonic.
Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Asian men, and showed the message in which the men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, and burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Put all the police on the list.
Kill. Yeah, list.
Yeah. Both her teachers at school and her doctor were aware that something was serious wrong, but didn't do anything. This is Marie. I believe this one doesn't specify any of the ethnicities in the article. Marie was born into a maternity home for unmarried mothers, which makes me wonder how old she was, since this has been going on since the fucking 50s. Her mother was cruel and abusive. From the age of around 7, Marie's mother's partner began grooming and sexually abusing her. Did we not say that this was one of the fucking patterns? So Nithium's here. He says working in the warehouse in Memphis so no DNA, miscatching these lives. Oh, mate, you've picked a hell of a fucking day to come back.
Sorry, dude. I'm so fucking sorry.
Yes. In one instance, her mother and her partner forced a ball inside her, which was painful. Her mother would attach clothes pegs to her clitoris to see how long she could last. Her mother also groomed her for others, and she had to share a bed with her. Marie was taken to another man's house by her mother's partner, where she was raped. He began to traffic her to other perpetrators he knew through his work. They operated like an organized group or gang. She became pregnant as a result of her abuse. On 2 occasions, her mother took her to a woman's house. The woman used a knitting needle to perform the abortions.
Oh
So
my God.
I get, and it really does make me wonder when this occurred. Because that stands the fucking NHS to provide a free abortion for a fucking 2-year-old. On the 2-year-old. Is the 2-year-old the abortion? I don't know. It's the NHS. They'll kill anyone.
Both. It's
Oh, no. They will not kill a Muslim rapist.
Oh, yes, that's right. What was that about God and helping those who help themselves? Oh, and the woman who performed the abortions, yeah, her husband then raped the girl.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, this bit's in blue. What was blue again? Oh, yeah, that was the government. Between leaving school and joining college at 17, she was groomed by a 55-year-old police sergeant. He knew her background and claimed he would catch her, attack her, and get justice. Instead, he raped her. At least twice.
What else would you do? What else would you do?
She went to the police in recent years and told them that she was a survivor of child sexual abuse, and they told her to go away and sort her head out. Now the perpetrators have been brought to justice. Everyone's on the list. Frankly, at this point, I think every human she met, it goes on the list. This is Jane.
Yeah.
Jane's mother re-entered her life with a new boyfriend when Jane was 13. Every fucking time. The boyfriend was abusive towards Jane's mother and on one occasion raped her in front of Jane. It was around this time that Jane's mother's drug dealer began grooming her via Facebook. He had become aware of the fact that Jane was self-harming and presented himself as a sympathetic and supporting friend. Jane, vulnerable at the time, exchanged messages with him for several months. Eventually, the drug dealer began asking Jane whether she'd ever smoked cigarettes, taken drugs, or had sex. During one half-term, I think that's school holidays? Short school holidays? I don't know, I'm not British. Well, British can tell us what the fuck that is if it's relevant. It probably isn't. He asked to meet with her. She agreed and he came to Jane's father's house while Jane's father was at work armed with a kosh. That's a wacky thing. He took her up to a bedroom, told her to strip naked. He said, "You may be 13, but you've got the body of a woman," and raped her before promptly leaving.
Oh, boy, it's hard not to fucking fed post. I'm sorry, guys. Yep. It's just...
No, you're not the only one, Trim.
At one point, Jane returned home from school to find the police at her house. Police insisted that Jane, still just 13, would need to testify in court alone against the drug dealer. Intimidated, she did not wish to face him, and he was not prosecuted. Oh, everyone goes on the list.
Oh.
The school accused Jane of using self-harm to manipulate her father. She was regularly placed in detention and thrown with expulsion due to falling behind with schoolwork.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember. It. Wow, I must have blanked out on a lot of this in order to just cope through the fucking...
Yeah, pretty much. After a few months, a female appeared at the accommodation, so skipped a whole bunch there, invited Jane to what she described as a party. The appeal was coercive and intimidating, and Jane did not feel able to refuse. She was taken to a block of flats in Hounslow and was expected to be met by a group of people of her own age. Instead, Somali men.
Oh, wow. I mean,
Jane
who doesn't just have, tons of Somali men show up?
Jane was taken into the bathroom by the girl who had brought her there and was instructed to shave. She was told that she was being sold to the men for sex. She did not want to participate, but complied out of fear. She was then sexually abused by one of the men and made to sleep in a small child's bed afterwards. The following morning, the girl who took Jane to the flat was paid for by men. Where you're going to deport that girl to Somalia. And then we're going to pay the Somalis.
Of course. You know, they're truly the victims here.
God damn it.
This occurred repeatedly over a period of months, sometimes with multiple other girls present. James told Shin to gain weight to be more desirable to the men. In response, Jane began purging, which is forcing herself to vomit, which developed into severe eating disorder. Yeah, no shit. She was blackmailed with her prison by the period she disclosed her exploitation of anyone. Violence and intimidation became commonplace at the semi-independent living facility. On one occasion, a young woman returned to the accommodation intoxicated and distressed, saying she'd been abducted and sexually assaulted. The staff, who were aware that sexual exploitation was taking place on the site and chose to do nothing about it, responded by accusing her of making it up. Everyone on the list. Eventually, Jane disclosed her own sexual exploitation to accommodation staff, including the trafficking and exchange of money. She was told that what was happening did not constitute trafficking and she was over the age of 16. So that's A, a lie. B, everyone goes on the list. Sounds like they were fucking selling these girls. Police were not contacted and no action was taken. She was then blackmailed by staff with the threat being blamed for the exploitation of her and others if she took complaints any further. They go on the special list.
Not enough room on the list.
At one point, while hospitalized, she disclosed the exploitation again. Police interviews took place, but due to him being heavily medicated, Jones was treated as an unreliable witness and no further action was taken. She also disclosed in writing what was happening to her. It was removed from her most recent social care file, but the original clearly states she wrote a letter to them a year before she was hospitalized, and police interview matched the letter. The letter was not acted on by the authorities. Everyone goes on the list. They're going to be... seriously, at this point, it's going to save time and ink to just go... Work your CPS to the police on. Congratulations. You are a collaborator, and you'll be treated as such. Meet Leanne.
Lord.
Oh,
By the
no.
age of 14, she was joined in peer groups linked to significantly older men. They were adult males, primarily of Kurdish, Iraqi, and other Muslim backgrounds. We have systematic alcohol, drugs, accommodation, and emotional manipulation. Taken to various houses in Sheffield and other cities, where mob girls were trafficked and sexually exploited, raped, repeatedly drugged, and on at least one occasion held captive and beaten for several days. She witnessed stabbings, shootings, and machete attacks, handled firearms as a child, and was forced into environments of extreme violence. At 15, she became pregnant by an adult Iraqi man. She miscarried, and later discovered that records had been falsified to suggest she was 16, thereby minimizing the seriousness of the offense. Despite repeated missing episodes, police intelligence and sexual exploitation strategy meetings safeguarding failed. The council housing department refused to assist her due to her age. Child protection plans were implemented, but did not remove her from danger. We've made a piece of paper that says that you're safe now. What do you fucking do? No.
Yeah, because lawless fiends do care about the piece of
you want to protect children in the UK? Give Monkey a machine gun.
Hell, I do it. I do it as a vacation. I don't even have to get paid.
If it was legal, we'd fucking live stream it. Social service and police were aware she was associated with older Kurdish men and high risk of sexual exploitation. Yet intervention was weak and inconsistent. No perpetrator was prosecuted for a rape. Lily was raised in a large, loving, working family in the 70s. Council forced them out of their cottage to build flats. They were evicted from their home and moved into 2 council houses. And on the council estate, one older boy attempted to take Lily's hand from her mother when she was 5 years old. Her mother reported to the police, but was treated as a joke. Years later, the same person went on to rape a 3-year-old.
Jesus Christ.
This perpetrator and his brother then began targeting the family. They harassed Lily's mother and beat her father badly. This created an atmosphere of constant fear and chaos. The police frequently attended the family home, turning over belongings and breaking possessions while investigating false accusations. All on the list. Over time, Lily and her siblings were taken into care. Siblings who returned home disclosed severe abuse in children's homes, including rape, violence, humiliation, and intimidation. Lily herself was groomed and repeatedly abducted and raped by a man from the age of 6. He threatened to harm her sisters if she spoke. Lily's sister was sexually abused by her own social worker at age 12. This was actively covered up by management. Everyone goes on the special list. Who pretended he was in a relationship with another social worker to deflect suspicion, put them on the list too. He gained legal guardianship of Lily's sister and eventually married her. It was paid by the local authority and her sister never completed her education. Lee witnessed children being selected by staff and handed over to foreign taxi drivers over many years. Okay. Anyone believe in telepathy? Because I'm trying to do internet-based telepathy. I'm trying to do YouTube chat-based telepathy here.
Go on.
Message sent. We'll see how long telepathy takes to get around the world. In the children's home, Lily was violently assaulted and sexually abused by staff. Management figures dismissed or covered up the abuse. She was suffered numerous violent injuries from staff. The most serious was a head injury that resulted in lasting neurological damage. At age 14, upon returning to the States, she was gang raped by older men and boys. She didn't report to the police. Well, of course she wouldn't. Why the fuck would she do that? The police were the ones who fucking did this to her. As an adult, Lily learned that police and council records of her abuse had been hidden for decades. Operation Marmion briefly acknowledged her account before being shut down at a senior level. She was told the perpetrators were out of jurisdiction, dead, or untraceable. No one was held accountable. I don't know. I reckon a lot of those police officers were within jurisdiction.
Yeah. They sure do love to flaunt their power.
Yep. This is Grace, who began getting into cars because, with men who offered her cannabis, music, food, and lifts. They were all Pakistani. Well, actually, the majority were Pakistani. There were some white men, though, and they all get to die too, because this isn't about race. It's about what's been done to these children and all the perpetrators. Capital punishment. She was raped on multiple occasions by adult men, often while intoxicated. Because she'd been drinking, she believed she was responsible for the abuse. Good job, government. Well done. At 15, she believed she was in a relationship with an adult man, a situation that lasted around 5 years. During that time, she experienced domestic violence, rape, and coercive control. Yeah, no shit. She reported the perpetrators to the police, wishing only to prevent other children from experiencing abuse. However, the police arrested and interviewed some of the men about Grace without consulting her in advance or assessing the potential impact on her. She felt pushed into prosecution without adequate preparation and support. She found the process abrupt and poorly explained. As a consequence of the police's handling of the case, she experienced flashbacks, panic attacks, and relapse into substance misuse. Another partner was a paedophile involved in grooming gangs and sexually abused her children and others. He stalked, harassed, and threatened the family and manipulated police investigations for years. Police repeatedly failed to seize devices, link cases, act on stalking logs, or protect her and her children. Non-molestation orders and bail conditions were breached without consequence. Cumulative impact includes severe mental illness, displacement, loss of employment, ongoing fear. Police, judges, prosecutors, all on the list. What's been done to these girls is fucking vile. Meet Victoria. This is the mother of a vulnerable teenager. In 2023, her daughter abruptly converted to Islam. Victoria discovered Muslim clothing and Quran and a prayer mat hidden under her bed. Her daughter began quoting the Quran and praying 5 times a day. This sudden change coincided with the secret relationship with an Algerian Muslim student who held strong Islamic beliefs. She became disrespectful to her family and started speaking negatively about Britain. What's that? It's all about the Islam. Yeah, shocking. The boyfriend exerted coercive control. He held her daughter's banking details via Face ID, controlled her social media, isolated her from her family, and imposed strict Islamic practices. Concerned by this, Victoria contacted the police and reported the controlling behavior and sign conversion. Police said they referred her daughter to social services as she was still a child. When social services visited, they learned her daughter was being made to take contraception. Victoria asked the social worker to look into the partner's background, but the college did not respond to the social worker's inquiries. Victoria then contacted the college's safeguarding lead herself. The lead agreed it sounded like exploitation and referred the case to fucking prevent.
Oh, fuck off.
Jesus.
How did that work out, huh?
The British government's counter-terrorism program designed to safeguard vulnerable people from radicalization and terrorism. Yeah, they did a cracking fucking job. But it's not their fault, I'm sure. It's because they were too busy tracking that evil Nazi racist Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, because he's done worse than raping kids. You know, he says mean things online.
Yeah. Her daughter's diet changed dramatically. She stopped eating bacon and ate far less than before. She spent a lot of time in and out of hospital, but never explained why to her mother. Well, I think we can fucking tell. The violent, abusive rapist. Her mental health also deteriorated severely. After meeting the man, she repeatedly attempted suicide by cutting and made desperate calls saying she'd kill herself. During one emergency hospital stay, police removed her daughter from Victoria, threatened Victoria with arrest, and transferred the girl to the address of her abuser's brother. Special list.
No. Okay. We're here. We are fucking here.
There, her daughter was subjected to mental and physical abuse, including strangulation, death threats, rape, and financial exploitation. Among us tunneled through the abuser's brother's bank account, the man whose family racially abused her, calling her a white slug and pressured to drop all complaints on him. Revenge involvement was catastrophically delayed. Yeah, because they were too busy spending all their fucking money on making video games to tell white people to not be upset by all of this. Everyone in Prevent goes on the list. Don't care if they're the fucking IT guy on the list.
Every single one of them.
Don't care if it's the fucking immigrant cleaner. Everyone goes on the list. Everyone who's worked
Dude,
on the list.
Immigrant cleaner.
Yes, I know.
Probably already part of this.
I know, but I was talking like fucking Filipino woman or something. I don't care who they fucking are. If they've ever worked for Prevent, they're on the list.
Oh, yeah.
You know, immigrant cleaner could also be a fascinating position. If you catch my Fed post.
I do. I do. The college's safeguarding lead initially told Victoria that referrals were made and said, but later evidence showed they were sent late, incorrectly not on the list. Arrests were delayed for months, and rape allegations were eventually dropped due to lack of evidence after only limited phone checks. But they'll seize Tommy Robinson's fucking phone at the airport. Again. Because he's being investigated for new bullshit now.
What now?
I don't know. Fucking
No, I don't care.
being
It's
upset
some
about
bullshit.
this, probably. Plenty of money to investigate Tommy Robinson, not a single fucking cent to protect children.
Yeah, because kids don't matter for the greatness of Islam. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Meet Eleanor.
God, I hate them.
Her parents separated.
The pattern continues.
By the age of 13, she began to be groomed by older men and is encountered likely usually in the town centre. Some were older white men, but there were also Muslim men connected to a newly opened restaurant. It's almost as if they're fronts for criminal activity.
I'm going to quote Asmongold. There are white Muslims too.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
They've sacrificed their skin color.
Yeah, so she had frequent encounters with the police and was arrested often. During this time, older men gave her drugs and kept her in various houses. While this was ongoing, her mother was unaware of her location but not reportedly missing. On the list. No authority intervened regarding why she was often missing, arrested, and spending significant amounts of time with adult men. One day, she went to social services on her own volition and was instructed to go to her father. She was expected to travel to him on the train alone. Meanwhile, schools repeatedly refused her in an ethnic minority majority area. She was explicitly told by one school that she could not be admitted because there's an English girl and she would be the only one. Deport them all. If they're not old enough to have done anything yet, deport them. Actually, no, I don't care anymore.
Remove them before they can do something, because they're bound to do something.
Throw them. It's quite
culture.
simple.
It is.
If they haven't yet done something that deserves the death penalty, they get deported. And I don't fucking care if they're third generation. I don't fucking care if they're 1 year years old and have no relation to the country. Deport them. Don't fucking care.
These creatures are a ticking time bomb. It's time we treat them as such.
Yep. Frequent running away resulted in repeated arrests. Good job, police. And eventually, social services decided she could be contained in a family setting and took her into care. While in care, she became more visible and accessible to men who were already looking for vulnerable girls, and she was once again groomed. On one occasion, some adult men approached her and offered her alcohol in a lift. She drank a small amount and quickly became unwell and lost consciousness. When she woke, she was aware she was inside a house that appeared to be decorated for an Asian wedding. But she lost consciousness again. When she finally awoke, probably she found herself abandoned by the side of the road, unclothed, injured, and disoriented. She managed to make it back to the children's home. However, she was not asked what had happened. Came to hospital or had any record made of the incident. No one at the care home asked the questions about why she was missing. She was transferred to a different children's home where men regularly collected girls from outside the home and sometimes came inside the building itself. The stuff allowed this to happen, and they're going on the list. The men offered food, alcohol, places to stay, and a sense of belonging, but in reality, they were there to sexually exploit children. Yes, we know that's why they were there. That's why they're in England. Because apparently, at least in Pakistan, they'll cut their dick off. Eleanor became involved with an older man who she believed was a boyfriend. He was involved in the drug trade. She was taken to Jersey and kept in a hotel for several days. She was not allowed to leave freely. Upon returning to the care home, no one questioned where she'd been. She continued to be arrested for low-level offences, particularly shoplifting. She was eventually placed in a young offenders institution. On one occasion, she was punched while being arrested, and this experience, among others, destroyed any trust she had in the police. They're all complicit. Throw them all out. When she was 17, she was present at a stabbing incident involving men connected to the grooming network that had been abusing her. She was not involved in the violence, but gave the victim first aid and called emergency services. What did they do? They arrested her. Charged under the doctrine of joint enterprise with conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm with intent. Fucking hell, the police are useless, and they're all going on the list.
Police are fucking evil. There are no police in England.
No.
There are no fucking police
Just
in England.
fucking
They're the
brown shirts.
stormtroopers, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The case did not come to trial until 2 years later when Eleanor was an adult. So she tries as an adult. So she tries as an adult for a thing that she did when she was a child. Yet when a grown-ass man throws a child into a crocodile enclosure, he's put on bail because he's an idiot.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's the right race to be an idiot.
We don't know his race, but the local politician came out and said we shouldn't speculate, which tells me everything I need to fucking know.
Exactly.
Following her conviction, Eleanor converted to Islam. She didn't do it for theological reasons, but practical ones as a method of survival. The main violence she had experienced, Muslim girls are afforded some degree of protection relative to non-Muslims. Felt that conversion was a way to reduce risk and make herself less vulnerable. Before serving her sentence, she became pregnant by an older man and entered into an Islamic marriage with him, believing it might provide stability and protection. She was imprisoned with her young baby, an experience she found deeply distressing. Following her release, she was subjected to domestic abuse, coercive control. The abuse was not always physical involved. Isolation, monitoring, restriction on behavior, and constant erosion of her sense of self. She was controlled through fear, guilt, and religious obligation. There's not allowed independence or employment. Yes, it's almost as if that's what Islam is about. This is Islam. Dear fuckwits, especially you leftist retards, who are also going on the list, conveniently enough.
Good God.
This is what Islam looks like. You want to fucking cry about a patriarchy? You ever heard of Islam, you dumb motherfuckers? If you have heard of Islam and the word the patriarchy, congratulations, you're on the list. Well, if you're angry about the patriarchy, you're not angry about Islam, you're going on the list.
Acceptable.
This is truly the heart of evil that is Islam.
Yeah. She remarried another man who took her to Saudi Arabia. She was entirely dependent on her husband for everything, was not allowed to leave the house without him. Eventually, she was able to escape Saudi Arabia and return to the United Kingdom with her children. Back in Britain with no home, work, or money, she should have tried coming in illegally on a boat.
That would work great.
She was raped by another man, became pregnant again, and felt forced into another marriage. Her abuse continued. Eleanor believes much of the harm she experienced could have been avoided had any of the fucking adults done their fucking jobs properly. A single fucking one of them. Meet Rochelle, mother of a daughter who died age 12 after taking an overdose. Daughter was joyful, creative. Remember all the things we said in 2020? And how we were completely and utterly fucking right? Yeah, here's exhibit 9,782 trillion. And 5.
I didn't want to be right. Just for the record, I didn't want to be right. I wish that I was just a fucking conspiracy theorist. I wish I was just a milquetoast fucking racist. But
yeah. So, following the completely retarded lockdown response to COVID-19, her behavior changed dramatically and she became withdrawn, depressed, and began self-harming. Good fucking job, British government. It's almost as if that's exactly what we fucking told you was going to fucking happen. Rachel's daughter claimed she'd been orally raped by a white British boy from her school. When police eventually attained the family home, she was told it would be her word against his, that the process would take years and that it involved extensive paperwork. That's interesting, because last time I checked, the fucking police love nothing more than accusing men of shit with no evidence.
Oh, it has to be the right culture and color.
Well, the boy was white. Interesting.
I'm surprised they didn't just summarily execute the white boy.
Well, I want to know who his parents were. And as if it smells a lot like fucking corruption.
Oh, they do.
The side shows is the contrary. The alleged perpetrator remained in school and safeguarding was ineffective. She was subject to relentless bullying, including physical assaults by girls linked to the perpetrator. Starting to think that he is, in fact, the child of a rich people. And this was filmed and shared online. They were filmed and shared online. Police, fucking useless. Took weeks to respond, failed to act on video evidence of threats. The girl was abused and thrown on Snapchat and other platforms daily. And what is the government going to take away from this? They need to ban Snapchat.
Yeah.
The intimidation escalated when the perpetrator's adult brother attended the family home and attempted to force entry. Police only advised that the family should consider moving house. Rachel's son was assaulted at school. And then the daughter killed herself because the police were useless.
It's worse than that. Even after the death of her daughter, the abuse continued.
Of course. Why not? Because they're violent fucking thugs that only understand violence. Again, while they were scared of Tommy Robinson, they were scared that Tommy Robinson and his lads were going to come around and beat the shit out of them. Because the only thing they understand is a bunch of men threatening to beat the shit out of them. Because scared of Tommy Robinson, another group that fucking left the girl alone immediately when a bunch of dudes showed up and were like, hey, fuckos. And they immediately evaporated because, again, cowards. Meet Jen. She's another child from a shit background. I need to pee. Can someone start on that, please?
Yeah, all right. So, throughout secondary school, Jen was bullied, but staff did little to help despite her obvious distress. On the contrary, they contributed to her victimization. Much of the bullying stemmed from an incident in her first year in which a teacher refused to allow Jen to use the toilet, resulting in Jen wetting herself and being made to stay in the soiled clothes for the rest of the day. The teacher faced no repercussion. Jen began self-harming.
Want me to do the next?
Let me roll with this because I've got the whole thing pulled up. So, at 13, adult men began contacting her online, giving her a sense of validation and belonging. Sexual conversations were common, including one man encouraging Jen to insert a knife into her vagina. At 15, offline grooming began with a group of white British men who presented themselves as sympathetic friends to a vulnerable Jen. Though she was not raped by this men, one of them told her that touching was okay, but we can't have intercourse until you're 16 because of the law.
That sounds like they're going on the list.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
At 17, Jen was introduced to a gang of Iraqi Kurdish Muslim men by a friend who she now believes herself was groomed. The gang members, all of whom were illegal migrants, trafficked Jen to numerous towns and cities across the Midlands, where she was raped by multiple men at what were described as parties. On one occasion, she was anally raped in a park by one of the gang members. She was taken on drug runs, witness to slaughtering of a lamb in the bathroom of a house.
Literally barbarians.
Yes.
Savages.
Oh, look, racially supremacist attitudes.
She described being... Oh, go ahead.
I thought that racial abuse got you the immediate death penalty in the UK, but apparently I was wrong.
Yeah. You get a little bit off for being the red color.
Yeah, I mean it's quite the literal inversion of the the Family Guy meme with the swatch. Say, oh, yep. You're brown, you get to do whatever the hell you want.
Yep. Yeah.
She describes as a closed and intimidating social world governed by fear, loyalty, and silence, in which racially supremacist brown supremacist attitudes were openly and regularly expressed. White British people were described as white trash, white girls as English pig dogs. Perpetrators insisted that children choose exploitation, and Britain and its institutions were described as soft and easy to exploit.
Well, unfortunately, they were fucking right about that.
Yes. God. They boasted of receiving free money from the British state, and on multiple occasions, Jin was forced to fill in asylum benefit applications on their behalf. Jin witnessed intimidation, violence, trafficking, asylum fraud, sexual exploitation, including the drugging and raping of children as young as 13, and the aftermath of gang-related murder while involved with the group, and was thus afraid to defy or disclose against its members. She suffered from emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse, and at 18 became pregnant as a result of rape. Jin was repeatedly told she was inferior and unclean to non-Muslims. Religious coercion escalated into forced conversion to Islam, partly due to her pregnancy. She was taken to a dark, dingy flat that had been converted into a mosque and married by an imam in an Islamic satanic ceremony without giving consent. The marriage was used as a mechanism to legitimize control over her, and restrictions on her behavior increased. During pregnancy, threats intensified. Jen was told she had no right to leave or make decisions about the child because to do so would be anti-Islamic. Her behavior was tightly controlled, including instruction to not eat pork, as the father believed it would make the baby gay. She was told that disclosure to the authorities would result in the same shame and punishment. Nevertheless, she attempted to report her situation to police, but no action was taken. The ideological and religious dimensions of her trafficking and abuse were minimized, and her disclosures were reframed as relationship issues or cultural matters before being dismissed as exaggerated and unfucking reliable. At the birth of her daughter, Jen's access to her child was restricted and used as a means of leverage. The father, an Iraqi illegal migrant, repeatedly took their daughter to Iraq despite claiming asylum in Britain on the basis he could not safely remain there. While there, he exposed her to firearms such as AK-47s. I mean, okay, he did one thing right.
That bit's around was like, maybe the AK-47, maybe the problem is the AK-47 is too heavy.
Yeah.
You need something like a PGW for a child.
A Czech Scorpion, maybe?
Yeah, definitely need the stock, though.
Yeah. When her daughter was 3 years old, Jen contacted the police after the father threatened to take the daughter to Iraq and never bring her back. The police responded that that was a civil matter and did not intervene.
Dear police, burn in hell.
Yep. Because they're on the list. Meet
Good.
Kate. Social service had been involved with the family since before Kate was born, primarily due to the neglect of her siblings by her parents and the behavior of her older half-brother, who was physically violent. He, along with Kate's father, sexually abused Kate from a young age, something that was not identified by social services for several years. Around the age of 12, Kate began to receive sex education at school. She found these lessons upsetting, as up to this point, her understanding of what had happened to her during her early childhood was limited. Social services had failed to identify the abuse at the time, and so it had never been acknowledged, discussed, or explained to her.
She had no way of knowing.
Yeah, Kate came to realize the abuse she had suffered at the hands of her biological father and half-brother was not normal or legal. She began to experience a growing sense of shame, fear, and self-blame, and felt a deep uncertainty about her identity, body, and relationships with others. She soon began to experience suicidal thoughts. At 12...
This is the kind of shit that breaks me.
Oh, and
I'm sorry.
yeah, well, in that case, fucking close your ears for the next fucking 2 paragraphs. You two tonight,
I know what's coming.
Still just 12 years old, Kate decided to take her own life. One Saturday night, after her family had gone to sleep, she left her home in the early hours and walked to a secluded location where she intended to commit suicide. Sadly, if she had committed suicide, night would have turned out better for her. She paused beneath a tree to shelter from the rain, and after all, she heard a group of men approaching. By their tone, Kate suspected they were drunk, and when they saw her, they began jeering. They called her a no-homer and suggested she could stay warm on their dicks, they said to the 12-year-old. Kate, terrified and regretful, waited for the man to pass for her to return home, but as she was walking, she was grabbed from behind by one of the men. She was overpowered by the three men, forced to the ground, her arms and legs appeared, and the men took turns to orally and vaginally rape her. When it ended, the men hit her repeatedly and threatened to find her, kill her, and harm her loved ones if she ever told anyone what had happened. So violent was the assault, her clothes were left blood-stained.
Yes, Anothium. Exactly. This is the part where I took a break yesterday for about an hour.
I think this is about one of the parts where I took a fucking break.
This hurts. It's just painful.
Later that year, Kate received a message on social media from one of the abusers. To this day, Kate does not know how they found her. The message was a video of the assault, and they threatened to share it with Kate's friends and family if she did not comply with their demands. Kate feared that if they did so, the bullying would worsen and she would get into trouble. Once again, she didn't disclose the incident to anyone, believing she could resolve the blackmail. She went to meet them. Oh dear.
Oh, God. I blacked this part out.
Yeah, she was instructed to come to her house in the local town center. She was taken inside and all three abusers were present. They proceeded to rape her again, this time making it clear she was being filmed. Following this, they told her that she now worked for them and was expected to do what she was told, or otherwise the abuse would be leaked. She was given a phone and told always to remain contactable. In the period that followed, she was required to meet the two chief abusers frequently. They introduced her to other men in their network, and she was repeatedly subjected by them as well to sexual abuse. Oh, that's a sentence now. She was forced to participate in webcam abuse sessions. Andrew Tate, is that you? Which generated revenue for the abusers. If the live stream did not generate what they considered to be a satisfactory amount of money, Kate was punished. Constant shifting of expectations of abuse is a method of control. Eventually, she reported the assault to the police, providing as much information as possible and waiting for questioning with her mother. At the police station, Kate was taken into the interview room. Before the interview began, and without Kate's and others present, Kate was told that it was her last chance to say that her report was untrue. She was warned that if any part of her account could not be supported by evidence, she could and would be arrested. For an extended period of time, both officers repeatedly told her how much trouble she would be in if any detail of her statement was disproved, and that she could withdraw the allegation before the interview started with no further consequences. They also suggested that her parents would be relieved if she said the incident had not happened. Still just a whopping age of 12, she became overwhelmed by the pressure she felt the officers were placing on her and said that she believed what they wanted her to say, that the rape had not taken place. This interaction occurred before the recording began, and as a result, the formal interview did not reflect the coercion that took place. She felt unable to disclose anything further, including the abuse that was ongoing at the time, because she felt she was not being believed or taken seriously. The police report recorded the incident as the withdrawal of the complaint. From this experience, Kate again attempted to take her own life. The cops go on the special list.
That is too nice of them. That's too nice for them.
Yep. Shortly afterwards, Kate's mother found content in Kate's diary describing the rape. She encouraged Kate to speak to the police again, but Kate explained that the police had previously pressured her to withdraw her complaint. Nevertheless, Kate returned to the police station this time to complete the interview. Some weeks later, Kate's parents discovered the sexually explicit messages in her phone between Kate and several adult men, including sexual photographs. These reported to the police have concluded that Kate was engaging with these men consensually, despite being just 13 years old. Kate's still afraid of retribution from the gang. Denied all knowledge of these exchanges and not questioned further. The gang blackmailed her into doing what they called jobs. Sexual abuse by gang members and their associates, for which the gang received payments. These include webcamming, gang rapes, parties, op nights, and red rooms. She was raped multiple times a week, sometimes 2 to 4 times a day. Now, if you think that what we have read so far is disturbing, and basically, if you think that what we have read so far is too much, you have no fucking idea. This is about to go up in an order of fucking magnitude. Mute the
This is the
fucking
worst
video.
one.
And don't look at the screen for like 2 minutes while I read this.
When it stops being purple, then you can turn on audio. This
Okay,
is
you
the
have been
worst.
warned. You have been warned. This is where shit gets even fucking worse. Right. You have been warned. 3, 2, 1. During this time, Kate encountered another girl whom the gang was exploiting. Kate then foreseen suspected that the girl was younger than her. On the night that they met, Kate had been instructed to meet 2 of the gang members in a secluded location late at night. When Kate arrived, they were holding the girl tightly around the neck. One of the gang members told Kate that the girl was being broken in that night and that the men she would be servicing were particularly brutal. Kate attempted to intervene, telling the gang members she would take on the jobs instead. In response, the gang members beat and raped her. She went on to work with this girl on numerous occasions, and they became very close. Throughout the first half of the next year, the exploitation intensified, and Kate made another attempt to take her own life. Shortly after, she ended a relationship with a relative of the gang members, leading to a temporary pause in the abuse. The relationship lasted for almost a year, but when it came to an end, the exploitation resumed almost immediately. Later that year, Kate then experienced the most significant missing episode to date. During this incident, the gang tracked Kate to a town far from her home, which she was restrained and raped repeatedly on a canal boat, including, she alleges, by a police officer. At one point, Kate tried to escape, but was caught, and the gang beat her and cut off much of her hair as punishment. One time she escaped. The woman called the police to attend the property. The woman attempted to remove the rope that remained around Kate's wrists, but was instructed by the police to leave them in place as they were considered evidence. Kate was hesitant to speak to the police, given both the recent alleged abuse by a serving officer and the wider context of threats, coercive control, and physical and sexual violence she'd been experiencing. Nevertheless, she disclosed what happened on the canal boat throughout the historic exploitation, fearing reprisals to the police. She also did not report that she'd been raped by a police officer. The investigation did not progress, and police accused Kate of lying about the exploitation. This represented a turning point in Kate's dealings with the police, as she thereafter felt she could not turn to them for help, fearing she would not be believed. One day, she was raped in a hotel by a man she believed to be a doctor. The police were called to the hotel as the staff concerned that she was a prostitute. When the police arrived, she was found alone, naked in the room, and been left there by the abuser and instructed to wait for more men to arrive. At this point, both Kate's family and the professionals involved in her care began to express frustration with what they perceived for her lifestyle choices. They did not believe she was being exploited and instead assumed that she, still 16, was willingly meeting adult men.
How? Fucking how? How? How?
Yep. The events are not treated as safeguarding concerns. Instead of explaining the possibility she was being coerced, so controlled professionals increasingly framed the issue as one behavioural difficulty, risk-taking, and non-compliance. On occasion, concerns were raised at school. She was escorted to an office where the assistant head teacher, the designated safeguarding lead, a PCSI, a retard that's too stupid to be a police officer, a police officer, a social worker, the school nurse, and the head of year. They prevented her from leaving the room and pressed for names and details about the individuals involved in the abuse. Good job, dickheads. No protective measures were put in place. After the meeting at the school, Kate's abusers made it clear that they knew she had spoken to the police. Again, another warning. If you can't fucking handle this shit, stop listening for a minute. They told her they were aware of every time she spoke to the police, as they had people on the inside. Yes, like the cop that raped her. They accused her of snitching, telling her she would pay for it. Shortly afterwards, she was taken to a remote wooded location. The young girl whom Kate had met before was also present. Initially, Kate believed them to be there for another job. Right. Again, and this is coming from us, the Sultans. If you think you can't handle this, you need to stop listening right fucking now. The man then subjected the girl to extreme sexual and physical violence, while Kate was forcibly restrained, made to witness what happened. Kate alleges that the girl was then murdered in front of her.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. Again, she was taken to a nearby city an hour away. So time passes, and she was taken to a nearby city an hour away to do jobs. She was raped in the car on the way to the city. She eventually managed to get away from her perpetrators, but they followed and caught up with her and dragged her off a canal path and raped her. A group of men who were fishing nearby saw her in her state after the attack and contacted police. Emergency services attended, she was taken to hospital for medical attention. No effective safeguarding measures were put in place following this incident. Fast forwarding about 2 years, she reports that she was trafficked by the gang to London. During that period, while there, she's subjected to repeated sexual exploitation. At one point, she managed to contact the care home and inform them of her location. A colleague provided guidance over the phone and directed Kate to a place she could remain safe until help arrived. The police attended and collected her from the location. She disclosed the exploitation that occurred, and on this occasion, the officer took her account seriously. My God, it's the first fucking time. And so what she felt was appropriate concern. The advisor should not return immediately to local area due to the risk to her safety. However, Kate's local authority did not agree with this and insisted she be returned home. Staff from the care home travelled to land to collect her and return to the placement. You know, it's the place she was being abused. Bobcat says it's not the cops actually thought she was doing it willingly, but if they say she is, it absolves them doing any more work. I mean, it's like we get court races. Yes. But do you know what that makes them? Complicit. And what do the complicit get? Treated like the perpetrators.
Oh, yeah.
Again. Here we fucking go. Here's another wild one. Kate was taken by the individuals exploiting her. They told her they knew she'd spoken to the police. She was removed from college and taken to a red room, saying another girl was also present. During this incident, Kate alleged she was forced to witness extreme life that resulted in the girl dying. This, she says, was done deliberately, and the perpetrators made it clear this is a direct consequence of their belief she disclosed information to the police after her sectioning. She was taken to London during the Notting Hill Carnival and made to engage in street-based sex work. At one point, Kate found the nearest police officer in an attempt to explain she was not safe, that she'd been trafficked, and that she was worried her abusers would find her. They confirmed she'd been reported as a missing person and contacted Kate's father, who told the officers that she was lying and refused to come and collect her. He got on the list. She was then transferred her to a police station. When she arrived, she was told that she could not remain there and that because her father declined to collect her, she would need to leave the station. No safeguarding measures were put in place. Over the course of the academic year, Kate alleged she was regularly taken to a range of cities across Britain. The movements were frequent, often unplanned, and carried out with little notice, making it impossible for her to establish any stability or predictability in her daily life. The level of violence during this period increased significantly. The injuries became more frequent and more visible. On several occasions, her university lecturers and friends noticed bruises and other marks which reflect the severity and regularity of the abuse. Despite the indications of harm, no effective safeguarding intervention took place and the exploitation continued. On one occasion, Kate was taken by her abusers from an area close to the university. They told her she was in trouble because she had not been available for jobs due to a recent hospital admission. She was transported to a remote location and held in a caravan for approximately 9 days. Again, it's going to get fucking worse. During this period, she reports she was subjected to repeated sexual violence, severe physical assaults, and sustained torture, including being raped by a dog as the men placed bets on whether it could penetrate her vagina or her anus, filmed, and forced to rewatch the footage. These guys get the fucking slow treatment.
Yeah. No, I mean, breaking on the wheel is, or the brazen bull is kind of where I go.
Too quick.
Where they're, no. If you break someone on the wheel properly, they're going to last days, if not weeks. They're more likely to die of starvation than the actual physical punishment
excellent.
you inflict.
So we can hook them up to a nutrient IV.
Yes.
Also, the brazen bull is a little bit faster, but it is one of the worst punishments known to man, especially if you're using electrical modern technology to increase the temperature gradually.
Still too fast.
I mean, there should be, minarets are great places to put bodies broken on wheels.
Indeed.
Ooh.
Over the following year, Kate went missing for several extended periods and was subject to continuous trafficking and rape across the country. When the COVID-19 lockdown began, her day-to-day movements and university activities were restricted in line with the retarded government's retarded ideas. However, of course, the fucking gang rapists, child trafficking, retarded pimps didn't give a shit and expected her to continue to attend jobs throughout this period. The lockdown did not reduce the level of contact or demand placed on her. No. But it did prevent her from having any chance to get fucking help, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. Just like the fucking British government planned.
Yep. The demographics of the men abusing Kate were mixed. The first group that trafficked us later were predominantly white British or from Gypsy, Roma, and traveller backgrounds.
Well.
As she got older and was trafficked more widely, the primary abusers demographics were Pakistani, Bangladeshi, and Bengali Muslims. The only victims she encountered were almost exclusively white British. Kate was repeatedly subject to racially and religiously motivated and abuse, presumably. Good job, guys. And being white was repeatedly used as a justification for the abuse and to minimize or dismiss the harm being inflicted. Because Muslims don't see non-Muslims as people. And the only appropriate response is to reciprocate the feeling.
Yeah. Oh, I'm already there. It's I hope everyone listening in on this.
Apparently, YouTube is censoring chat.
I'm not shocked.
Well, yeah, YouTube always censors chat.
YouTube
always.
censors fucking time shit.
You all know. Those who know.
It's funny. I'll be on streams and I'll have it on my phone, and then I'll have the chat up on my PC, and I'll type something into chat on my PC, and I won't see it pop up on my phone. It's like, oh, okay. I see exactly what you're doing there, fucking YouTube pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, burn in hell. Yeah. Everyone covering for this.
Yes. Because of her, Kate was verbally attacked in the mean because of her religion, including being mocked for wearing a cross and being told that her Christian faith offered her no protection. Well, frankly, it fucking didn't. The abusers regularly suggested that her God had abandoned her. Sure fucking sounds like it. Comments are constantly made.
It's one of those. It's a very convenient way to denigrate her even further.
Yes,
by going after her faith.
But it's also, like, where's Jesus and his sword?
Oh, it's coming.
Not never fucking soon enough.
Sometimes we have to help ourselves. It's one of the teachings. It's like, sell your cloak and pick up a sword is in there. So.
Yes.
Agreeable.
Yeah.
Yes. Fucking machine guns. Yeah. What's the Bible say about automatic weaponry? I know it's opinion on siege weaponry.
Sword, but better.
Yeah. Like human innovation, it's a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the problem with Islam. They haven't innovated shit in 2,000 fucking years.
Yeah, because Christianity is the only fucking religion that creates anything.
Yep.
I mean, Shinto hasn't done terribly.
Okay, fair enough.
Eastern Buddhism's not the worst. But Islam, on the other hand, is literally the devil.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Comments are constantly made suggesting that white girls and Christian girls are viewed as having degraded moral character or lower value, whereas Muslim girls are described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. And by dignity, they mean still being inferior to goats. So that's the testimony, the hearings from the victims.
It's disgusting. It's
is
harrowing.
Vile. It is some of the worst shit I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and you did basically the highlights version of it. It is.
I had to narrow this down for time. Asmongold read the whole fucking thing, and it's 7 hours long.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, I have never been more radicalized in my entire fucking life after this.
Yep.
You're not radical enough, dude.
Oh, dude, the shit.
Oh, Trim, you think you're radicalized? You should have heard the shit I said before you joined the chat.
Dude, you should have heard me yesterday. I'm pretty sure that the four of us and the ones in chat are pretty much united in that. There is no forgiving this, and we should never forgive this.
Yeah.
And when the time comes for fucking vengeance, which is what we need, I hope it's a slow and painful ordeal for these creatures.
If God exists, I don't care if I go to heaven or hell. However, I definitely want some time in the fucking peanut gallery while these cunts get their just fucking desserts.
Remember, a millstone tied around their necks is the suggested solution for these people. So, yeah.
Was that like Jesus' suggestion too?
Yeah. No, I can't remember the chapter and verse off the top of my head, but yeah, it's like pedophiles get the millstone around their neck. Islam is going to get the millstone
around the whole religion.
Yeah, and do note that Jesus, he says, "Oh, pedophiles, millstone." Muhammad, yes, marry them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll come back to that in a bit. So, whistleblower testimony. A social worker raised extensive whistleblowing disclosures concerning financial abuse of young people, misuse of public funds, unlawful sanctions, illegal evictions, racing towards children in care, and systemic failures to safeguard against sexual and criminal exploitation. I am speaking faster because, fuck me, we're only halfway through. Actually, no, that means we're more than halfway through. The appendices are not terribly important.
Yeah, it stops at 180.
Oh, I'm going to read out the list of places this has happened. She was ensured a comprehensive investigation would occur. In the event, responses were delayed, fragmented, and opaque. Senior officers later acknowledged the financial abuse was slightly, but claimed proof was impossible due to missing records. Yes, because of the shredders they bought. Describes a repeated safeguarding failure as witness while she was interim co-manager of saying independent units, including children with severe mental health needs in place on safety, repeated missing episodes, untreated exploitation risks, and delayed police or mental health intervention after raising these concerns, experienced retaliation, including removal of payments, suspension based on unfounded allegations, and professional isolation. Senior leadership and elected members repeatedly failed to engage meaningfully with her concerns. A Rotherham campaigner compiled multi-aid, like Calvin Vine's Rotherham campaigner, compiled multi-agency records from 2003 onwards showed that police, council, and MPs knew about the organised agreement by Pakistani Muslim gangs years before any public admission. Vines engaged the national media and provide evidence to senior officials. He says one of the interviews which with he namely the retards at Sky News, was misrepresented, which led to his defamation proceedings that rendered him bankrupt and ruined much of his life. He alleged perjury by MPs and a failure by police to investigate. Tommy Robinson documented grooming patterns after the exploitation of a close female relative at age 14. He had heard of hundreds of similar accounts from families across England. When informed the English Defence League, the English Defence League, that's a familiar name. Where did that show up earlier in this document? Oh, yeah, when the Muslims were fucking scared of them. You know, the rape gangs that tend to disappear when a group of men show up and go, fuck off, retards. Funnily enough, there's another story about groups of men coming up, and once again, white people get mocked for being fucking losers.
There's so much I hate.
So we all know what happened to Tommy Robinson. They treated him as literally Hitler. Turns out he was right the whole fucking time. Turns out the EDL was the only fucking thing that the Muslims feared. They sure as shit didn't fear the police, but they feared Tommy Robinson and the fucking EDL.
Yeah. You got on to what I was going to ask after there.
Yeah. So again, so at this point, it's even more selective with the highlighting. Fred observed that many offenders are repeat perpetrators, with some convicted multiple times. In his view, rehabilitation is ineffective for this category of offender. Yes. And current sentencing practices frequently fail to act as a deterrent. Some individuals seen in the community orders despite strong evidence. He highlighted one specific case on one platform involving an individual who presented publicly as a Quran and Arabic tutor linked to a mosque and teaching center at two universities. Extensive digital evidence, including chat logs, IP data, and location information submitted to the police. Despite this, the individual appeared to leave Britain shortly thereafter, later resurfacing in the country and abroad while the investigation remained open. So, this guy mentions that rehabilitation is ineffective. That's right. You do not rehabilitate child predators. You execute them immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's the only thing you can do, and it's the only thing you should do.
Correct.
It's the moral thing to do.
Now, well, look at the fucking highlighting here. So now we get into demographics and culture. Perpetrators from Pakistani, I am just going to increase the speed because fuck me, there's a lot of this. Perpetrators from Pakistani Muslim and other Muslim backgrounds form the core of the rape gangs nationwide. They operate under an honor and shame clan code that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working class girls, as property available for sexual use because these girls are no male protectors who could retaliate. The men began by showing the girls attention, gifts, alcohol, and drugs. This then escalated to coercion, gang rape, and trafficking. They transport the victims across town, share them with their friends and family, and sometimes force conversions to Islam, followed by religious marriages. The Muslim men justified the abuse by describing white British girls as easy, trash, and morally inferior. The same networks targeted Sikh girls until Sikh communities mobilized collective male protection and forced the gangs to withdraw. White people, meanwhile, lame, retarded, limp-wristed retards. Or
worse, when they do start things like the EDL, they get steamrolled by the establishment that supports and props up these damn rape gangs.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
Joins them too.
As pointed
it's
out,
like the whole foundation of the Sikh religion was protecting from these fucking monsters, right? I mean, of course, they're mongrels too, but they were the religion was created to protect their home country from these, Muslim invaders.
The Sikhs are the superior form of South Asian. However, that doesn't mean you need to let them into your country.
No, yeah.
You can trade with them. You can share recipes. Don't need to get fucking immigration involved in this. The Sikhs can stay over there and fucking...
I got a blank. No.
Yeah. British girls are not permitted such a defense.
Already proven.
This religiously framed exaltation is repeated in every major town, city, and beyond. Britain has seen a series of high-profile convictions for organised group-based child sexual exploitation, commonly referred to as grooming gangs. However, the number of convictions amount only to a small proportion of the men who carried out the crimes. In cases where perpetrators of Pakistani heritage remain publicly in court records or reports, they have consistently been Muslim in character. According to the 2021 census for England and Wales, around 93% of individuals identifying as Pakistani by ethnicity also identified as Muslim, with only about 1% following another religion, the remainder having no faith recorded. So they're probably also Muslims. Yes. Researcher Peter McLaughlin in Easy Meat 2016 compiled a comprehensive list of grooming gang convictions from 1997 to 2018. With updates and subsequent analyses. Drawing from published court outcomes, his examination of names indicated that approximately 87% of those convicted bore distinctively Muslim names, which is a figure echoed in related analyses far exceeding the Muslim proportion around 6%. That's 6% too many. 7% too many. Several 100% too many. The majority of these convicted groups...
Their existence is too much.
Consist entirely from Muslim backgrounds. These groups are predominantly of Pakistani heritage, especially when the group exceeds 10 more members. The larger group size dynamic of Pakistani perpetrators on display in major policies and official reviews from locals such as Rochdale, Rotherham, Huddersfield, Oxford, Telford, and others. Other convictions have involved groups primarily composed of Muslims from non-Pakistani origins, demonstrating that the issue is not necessarily confined to one ethnic group. No, it's a fucking Islam issue. Examples: 2 Somali origin gangs in Bristol, a mainly African heritage gang in Banbury, 3 Iranians in Chelmsford, 3 Syrians in Kuwait in Newcastle, 2 Turkish men in Somerset, a Romanian rape gang in Rotherham. The large Newcastle Operation Sanctuary case involving 17 men and 1 woman from a diverse Muslim backgrounds: Albanian, Kurdish, Bangladeshi, Indian, Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, Palestinian, Pakistani, and Eastern European heritage. Nearly all published names are Islamic. It's an Islam problem. With regard to the scale of the crimes, this is reflected in conviction records, police staff from relevant force areas, and audits, all of which note overrepresentation of South Asian/Pakistani heritage men in certain group cases while acknowledging data limitations on ethnicity nationwide. Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared with the classic modern offender agreement model in larger operations. The term Asian has been frequently applied in media...
Too fast, I couldn't catch that, sorry.
That's your fault.
I'm sorry.
Smaller non-Muslim groups often feature different dynamics or victim profiles compared with the classic modern offender agreement model in larger operations. The term Asian has frequently been applied in media, official statements, and public discourse to describe the perpetrators of grooming gang cases across Britain. This broad labelling can be misleading, however, because Britain hosts a substantial number of non-Muslim Asian populations, such as Hindus, no, and Sikhs, no, fuck them. Buddhists from Japan, there we go. Christians from the Philippines and Vietnam. These populations have, with only very rare exceptions, had no involvement in these offences. It's the religion, not the race. In fact, members of these communities have more often appeared as victims than as perpetrated in the grooming gang cases they've come to light. Here we go. In her account, Dr. Hill has consistently described the abuse as being both racially and religiously aggravated. She was explicitly charged during the race that the attacks were happening because she was white and because she was Christian. She explained she was initially groomed and then trafficked by a Pakistani Muslim boyfriend and groups of Muslim men. She was repeatedly taken to various houses and flats where she was raped, physically assaulted, and tortured. Even after she tried to escape and hide, her main perpetrator tracked her down, broke into her home, and attempted to kill her on 5 separate occasions. She survived these attacks but was left with extensive lacerations and bruising. On at least 5 occasions, she approached the police presenting medical evidence of injuries, yet each time she was told there was nothing they could do and her evidence was not accepted, which is odd because last time I checked, even the mere accusation of domestic violence in the UK will get a man fucking executed if he's white.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
The verbal abuse she endured was saturated with both racial and religious slurs. While being beaten, she was repeatedly called a white slag, a white whore, a white cunt, and simultaneously condemned as a non-Muslim who deserved punishment for failing to follow Islamic rules. Her abusers, she said, operate according to what she termed grooming gang ideology, under which they believe their crimes were religiously justified. Well, unfortunately for all the white women, their stupid Islam does justify all these fucking actions.
Right.
So this gets long. I was told I must respect their religion. This is the first of many confusing lies I'm supposed to believe. I was told that they're Muslims suspect I mustn't eat pork. I was told that Muslim girls are good and pure and stay virgin until marriage. And if they don't, they get killed by their relatives. But all white girls are slags and they all sleep with hundreds of people. I was told white girls are trash. They're all whores. They're alone than shit on your shoe. They don't obey Allah, so they deserve to be punished. They don't dress modestly. Muslim women are pure because they cover down to their ankles and down to their wrists, and the hem of their top comes down below their knees. White girls show the curves of their body, so they are asking for it, say the Muslims. Where's the woman who said that being told she wouldn't be raped was a crime that needed the police?
Oh, victim blaming. Oh, but not when a Muslim does it.
Yep.
I mean, they're the official victim. That's the problem.
Yeah. The white girls should be raped as punishment for not obeying Allah. Kafir, non-Muslim girls are worthless. The Kafir code doesn't count as adultery because they don't view them as people. If you're not virgin before marriage, you should be beaten. Many times I was told the Quran says if one of your wives disobeys, you beat her. Stop clock. This was often quoted to me before they beat me with their hands. They believed they had a position of religious moral superiority over non-believers. They believed it was their duty to punish us as they believed that doing so made them good Muslims. That is what they were taught by their mothers.
Yes, it is cultural. It's in every part of their being.
They were taught that witches in Pakistan are blondes, so blondes are more evil, and they deserve worse punishment. I was told that in Islam, if a girl or woman looks at a man who isn't her brother, father, or her husband, then that means she wants to have sex with him. So I was told to look at the floor when I was around Muslim men. So when I did look at a waiter in a restaurant, I was then taken away to be gang raped as punishment. I was told that according to their faith community, girls are old enough for sex and they start their periods at age 11, because that's when their glorious piece of shit Muhammad first raped his fucking child bride. Or something like that. I think it was even younger, actually, because, again, all Islams follow a child rape. All Muslims follow a child rapist, which tells you everything you need to know about their value to society. Oh, what's that? You worship a child rapist? Congratulations. Please step through door A and ignore the sound of the wood chipper. Yeah, 9. Thank you, monkey. So, a bunch of stuff there. Sarah enjoyed a 12-year ordeal after being kidnapped from the street at the age of 15. During this period, she was repeatedly drugged with felon, beaten, and raped. At one point, her abusers presented her with a certificate from the mosque and declared they were married according to Islamic rites. Later, he divorced her under discharge procedure simply by saying, "I divorced you 3 times." She was then immediately married in a ceremony conducted by an imam to a man she did not know. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, while the wedding party continued downstairs, she was raped by her new husband. Over the years, she was subjected to 8 forced abortions, one of them 5 months into pregnancy. Well, don't worry, the leftists think that's totally okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Perfect age for them.
When she accompanied her abuser to medical appointments, he required her to wear a hijab and walk 5 feet behind him. She was commanded to learn the Quran in Arabic and permitted to speak only Urdu and Punjabi.
Jesus.
She was also made to cook and clean for the gang members who abused her. On one occasion, after she reported her kidnapping to the police, she was interviewed by a Muslim officer. What fuckwit thought that was appropriate? He switched off the tape recorder and instructed her to drop her allegations because of lack of evidence. She later learned this officer was imprisoned for child sex offenses. What's that? It's all Muslims.
Well, I'm Muslims. Yeah, Muslims are going to Muslim. It's what they do.
Fucking hell. I need
It's what they
another
are.
In a separate case, Anna was living in a children's home in Bradford in 2006. From the age of 13, she was raped and abused while in the home, and at 15, she was forced into a sharing marriage. Her fucking goddamn social worker attended the marriage ceremony and permitted her husband's parents to foster her after she became pregnant. You know, rather than, I don't know, intervening. Put the social worker on the special list.
Social workers are going to help. Yeah, they're totally helpful.
Yeah,
social workers are going to fucking hell.
Yeah.
Social workers are going to facilitate child rape.
That's all they seem to fucking do. Anna described the situation as one of domestic slavery when she was treated like a mate and repeatedly sexually abused by dozens of men. In Britain, reports from Sadiq Khan's Metropolitan Police in Londonistan alone have indicated an average of 1,125 sexual assaults per year involving unlicensed taxi drivers, which are Muslim.
Can I also guess that if they just had their license, it would be fine?
Yes, exactly.
Of course.
They're raping
Sadiq
license.
Khan handed them out. Didn't you know that?
Yeah, they're called
Sadiq Khan
Qurans.
handed them out because he is the one who fucking allowed this shit to happen. He ignored it. He had all the information.
Yep. Significant proportion of the offenders in these cases have been identified as Muslim. A further form of sexual exploitation associated with certain Muslim communities is marriage trafficking. The Forced Marriage Unit handled 801 cases in 2024 concerning girls and women resident in the country who were forced into marriage with men, providing direct support in 229 of those instances. 801 cases in 2024. 1 year. 1 fucking year. And that's just the one that the government did something about. Among the 280 cases where the focus country was recorded in 2023, the 6 countries that came for the highest numbers were Pakistan 45%, Bangladesh 30%, Afghanistan 7%, India 3%, Somalia 3%, and Nigeria 2%. Close the borders to all of them. Well,
yep.
Of these 6, all except India and Nigeria have overwhelmingly Muslim population. Yes, and India has Gs and Nigeria has, Nigeria, but with 2 Gs.
Yeah.
Monkey says, another part here, school system, healthcare, social care, top half of the police force, all female-dominated institutions, therefore white. Yes, exactly, Monkey.
Yeah.
The FMU, of course, bunch of retards, forced marriage is not a problem to one country, religion, or culture. Really, then why is the majority Muslim? Fucking useless cunts. Freely given consent is a prerequisite of Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh marriages. Right, I don't know shit about Hindu, Jewish, or Sikh marriages, but where the fuck in the Quran does freely given consent say anything about anything about freely given consent? In fact, as this will go on to talk about, no form of consent of the girls required. All that needs in Muslim countries is the consent of the father that's selling his daughter to be raped for the rest of her life.
Yeah, and if a woman doesn't say anything, it is considered consent. And if the woman isn't allowed to say anything, well, she's silent, so it is consensual.
Shade is giving us some references, which I'm sure we'll look up later.
Yeah, it's like something about a Levite and his concubine.
Yeah, exactly, Daddy.
Remember? Yeah.
Kafir, people, only Muslims are people, and only people can consent. Exactly. In Muslim marriages, a woman being silent can, yeah, but a woman objecting counts as consent because Islam doesn't give a shit about the opinion of women. Did you know that in Islam, in order for a woman to say that she's been raped, she needs 4 male witnesses to have observed the penetration and the lack of consent? So somehow she needs to get 4 of the 5 men who are raping her to say that she was raped. That seems reasonable. Good job, Islam. Cells free. Islam does not belong in Christendom. If correct. Yeah, Christendom had any balls. Yep. Jesus wasn't a pacifist. No, he did say something about selling your cloak and buying a sword and the whole whipping people parts.
Yep.
I do like that one.
What would Jesus do? Sell his cloak and buy a sword.
Yep. it's yeah. It gets into this the modern construct of Christianity is so feminized. And say, oh, turn the other cheek. It's like, no, that's not what it means. It means
That's not what.
do not retaliate out of pettiness.
Leech. Here's my interpretation of the turn the other cheek. You have to turn the other cheek when you turn around to get the bigger gun.
It's about giving them time to realize the mistake of their ways before you retaliate.
The whole turn your other cheek thing is it does relate specifically to a close knit culture. It's talking about a homogenous culture.
Yeah.
So if your neighbor's being an unreasonable dickhead and slaps you, it's like, okay, he's a fuckhead. Hold on.
I'll give
Probably
you a
not
chance.
good for the community if I kill him immediately. Dude, stop being a dick. Then if he has another go, then
I'll give you a head start.
Then you hit him in the head with a rock and apparently start the whole fucking thing off.
Yeah. It's just it is so cloying to me. It's one of the reasons why I struggled with my faith for so long. It's like, that's not what it means. Everybody needs to stop being a fucking pussy. And now it's like, and now people are starting to realize that sometimes it's not retaliation, it's justice. And that's what gets meted out on the lampposts.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that most recent comment on Rumble is one that the government very much frowns upon. So for legal reasons, sir, no comment. My lawyer advises me not to answer that question. Although forced marriage occurs in various communities and is not unique to Muslims, statistics show a clear overrepresentation of Muslims among those involved in forced marriage cases. It is also inaccurate to claim that Islam mandates a woman's consent for marriage. Yeah, no shit. Similar patterns of sexual offences disproportionately involving Muslim men have been reported in other Western countries with significant Muslim immigrant populations. In the Netherlands, consumer media coverage focused on the so-called lover boys, so predominantly Moroccan Muslim men. It's not nationality, it's not race, it's Islam. The individuals first seduced Dutch girls, often teenagers, and coerced them into prostitution in order to profit from their earnings. According to a 2001 report by the Amsterdam-based child right organisation, approximately 5,000 ordinary Dutch schoolgirls. This is fucking 25 years ago, by the way. Ordinary Dutch schoolgirls had been lured into prostitution by lover boys.
And now it's more.
Yeah.
Dutchland has been letting this happen for so long, they now have fucking Sharia courts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Sweden, 2021, academic study examining Swedish rape offenders. Is that the one where the publishers got arrested? Concluded that nearly half of the convicted individuals are born outside Sweden, with immigrants among the Middle East and North Africa being markedly overrepresented among them. Callum says, 25! No, not here. Callum was negative years old. In Australia, 9 Lebanese Muslim men were convicted in 2002, 24 years ago, of gang raping white girls. Contemporary media reports at the time indicated the police were aware of over 60 female victims linked to the one fucking group, though the convictions related to the rapes of 7 girls. Police seized a mobile phone message from one of the perpetrators that read, "When you are feeling down, bash a Christian or Catholic and lift up."
That sounds like a call to raise the cross and take Jerusalem again.
It also sounds like racially motivated violence. Offender data from the 2017 Quilliam Foundation analysis, together with recent independent investigations, reveal a consistent, disproportionate involvement of Muslim men of Pakistani heritage in group-based child sexual exploitation. Analysis of 264 convictions for group-based child sexploitation from 2001 to 2017 found that 84%, 222 offenders were South Asian, with the vast majority Pakistani Muslim. Only 7% were white and 8% black. What percentage of English, of the UK is black again?
Too many.
Yes. Additional context from expert commentary includes say Dr. Taj Hage, an imam at the Oxford Islamic congregation, who observed that virtually every individual in these grooming gangs appears to be Muslim, estimating that 95% of those involved were Muslim faith. As previously stated, Peter McLaughlin's research indicates that approximately 87% of rape gang convictions were people with distinctly Muslim names. Figures stand in marked contrast to the much smaller proportion of Pakistani Muslim communities in the overall population of modern Britain. Muslims are approximately 6.5% and Pakistani is around 2.1% when the most recent census data. That's way too many. They never should have been in England.
They shouldn't even be 0.02%.
Now, do we have any polls in chat? Because you guys are about to get very fucking nationalistic. The number of reported rapes in the United Kingdom has risen substantially since 1997. Thank you, Mel Blair. Official police recorded crime data for England and Wales indicate the rape offences stood at approximately 8,593 in the year 2000, a figure closely aligned with others observed in the late 1990s prior to major changes in recording practices. By the year ending March 2025, police recorded that rape offences had increased to over 70,000, a rise exceeding 800%, even after accounting for population growth of around 15% during the intervening years. Meanwhile, in Poland, which maintained relatively low levels of immigration throughout the same period, they've had a decline in reported rapes. Polish National Police data showed 2,399 recorded rape offences in 2000, falling to 1,127 by 2023, a reduction of more than 50%. Holy shit, a reduction of 50% in anything's massive. That's crazy. Well done, Poland. A round of fucking golf claps to Poland for literally halving the amount of rape in that country. Good job, guys. This equates to a per capita rate of around 3 rapes per 100,000 residents in recent years, compared with over 100 per 100,000 in the United Kingdom. And of course, the figures indicate the rape gangs are specifically ethno-religious phenomenon, with Muslims, especially Pakistani Muslims, significantly overrepresented. Influence of Islam. Britain is not a unique case. This sort of thing goes on anywhere that either welcomes mass migration from Muslim countries or contains long-established Muslim populations. There's a consistent pattern of sexual violence directed against non-Muslim minorities in settings where Muslims form the majority. Across Britain, as we have known, girls from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds have also been targeted by Muslim gangs. Unlike the white British cucks, these non-Muslim immigrant populations were never prevented from organising as a collective to protect their own. In doing so, as was their duty, the network of Sikh organisations drew attention to the appalling treatment of non-Muslims in Pakistan. In April 2024, UN human rights experts expressed serious alarm regarding the vulnerability of minority girls in Pakistan. Oh, not the minorities in Pakistan. Forced to religious conversions and forced marriages. Their press release highlighted that Christian Hindu girls in particular face heightened risks of abduction, trafficking, and child forced marriage, domestic surgery, and sexual violence. It's almost as if the problem's Islam.
Mm-hmm. Always.
Human rights groups and media reports, including a 2021 BBC investigation, has estimated that thousands of non-Muslim girls, primarily Christians, Hindus, and Sikhs, are abducted annually in Pakistan, compelled to convert to Islam and forced in marriage with their abductors. One documented case involved Farah, a 12-year-old Christian girl abducted from her home in June 2020 by 3 Muslim men, raped and forced to perform household labor as a slave. The evidence from grooming gang convictions across Britain repeatedly shows a Muslim background among many of the perpetrators. One is viewed alongside similar patterns of sex crime in both countries of origin for immigrants and in Muslim-majority societies. It offers compelling grounds to consider that elements of Islam are contributing to the grooming gang scourge in our country. Not all Muslim communities and societies are influenced by Islam to the same degree. No, fuck off. For instance, convictions of Indian origin
Not
Muslim
old.
men in grooming gang cases across Britain are notably rare compared to those of Pakistani heritage. Yeah, but fucking people watching the sun come up is rare to rape gangs that are Pakistani.
Oh, God.
Now, this is where it does get interesting. The disparity may be related to demographic context. Muslims form only about 40% of India's population, placing them in a minority position where social and legal constraints differ markedly from Pakistan. Where Muslims dominate overwhelmingly and non-Muslims constitute a small, often marginalized minority. It's almost as if you should never allow Muslims to become a majority.
You should allow Muslims in, period.
Yes, agreed. At least 8 theological aspects of Islam may contribute to cultural patterns that enable or normalize the sexual abuse of non-Muslim girls. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority, the principle of loyalty and disavowal, male dominance over women, enforced seclusion and veiling of women, forced marriage combined with the absence of fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of female sexuality is inherently dangerous, the historical Sharia institution of slavery, and the system of dimitude.
Jesus Christ.
Hey! We have Macri Manor, which is Trimp.
That is Rosa Codal, friend of the channel. And
He
based
says,
as fuck, by the way.
Did you get to the part where they claim Asians are coming over 50% of the rate because they can't practice with Asians stay around? Oh, yeah, we've been there. I mean, we've
flogged that one pretty hard.
we've been saying, I particularly, have been complaining about that particular bit of disinformation for years now. Oh, the Asians, yes, it's definitely the Japanese man making my fucking curry.
Oh, it's
the Japanese learned a lesson about rape after America nuked them twice.
Yeah. Which just makes me think that maybe dropping a few more suns around the world would help.
Yeah, it's absolutely infuriating. But don't worry, the good old feminists, especially the Minister for Safeguarding Women and Children, are going to do something about it. Oh, no, wait. The Minister for Safeguarding Women and Children is too busy asking the police to investigate someone who said they wouldn't rape her.
Oh, they're going to do something about it. Fuck all.
Monkey says they released the Carmelo Anthony footage. Holy shit.
Oh, damn.
Fuck.
That's an interesting little fucker. I didn't know there was footage of that, but either way.
I don't think it shows very much, yeah.
That'd need reviewing before we can bring it up, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So, Muslim supremacism. Islam holds that those who are righteous and truly fear God, meaning Muslims, are inherently superior to those who reject God's commands, namely non-Muslims. I don't know. I mean, we could say the same in reverse. Callum says ramen is nicer. I mean, yes, but Japanese curry is the superior curry.
I mean, it's the only edible curry, let's be honest.
Thai is pretty good.
Well, the hand washing helps, I find.
Yes. the general sanitation conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, being a human being helps in general.
Yes.
It's something that certain Indians can't do.
I'm not sure I can repeat. My lawyer advises me not to repeat that comment, Riza. However, I have been quoting the third greatest movie trilogy a lot.
Yeah.
You know, when Anakin's like, and the women and children too.
Yep.
That's how we're going to run deportations. Yes, deportations. Yes. Definitely deportations.
That's what we're calling that's an interesting euphemism now.
Well,
yeah.
Well, yes. There's anyone who gives a fuck and wants to beat dumb fucking retards over the head with it, there are citations to particular pieces of that bullshit Book of Satan that you can throw at them, but I'm just going to read the highlights. Other Quranic passages affirm Islam's ultimate superiority over all religions. The concept of Muslim superiority is closely linked to derogatory views of non-Muslims. For instance, associated, the majority of term encompassing Christians, Jews, and other Muslims are considered unclean. In her July 2020 podcast interview, Rotherham survivor Dr. Ella Hill described abusive language and acts that embodied this sense of superiority. She found being made to bend down and kiss her perpetrator's feet. Meanwhile, in Christianity, it was Jesus that knelt down and washed his followers' feet. Which tells you everything you need to know about Islam versus Christianity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, of course the atheist knows that. There's a psycho, another Rotherham survivor who, during gang nights by dozens of men, was forced to lick their feet clean because they believe they're morally superior to her.
These people should pray I don't find them.
Yes. Us and them mindset. The Islamic principle known as third world or gibberish commands Muslims to direct their love and allegiance towards what pleases God while hating, avoiding, distancing themselves from what displeases him. These passages emphasize that Muslims should maintain strong bonds within the Muslim community while keeping non-Muslims at a distance and harboring enmity towards them. What's that? Racism and discrimination are baked into their religion.
Yep.
Well, we largely solved the Japanese rape problem by dropping the sun on them twice. Is it that worth an attempt in Pakistan?
Oh, definitely. Honestly, I think it's a superior solution.
You know, Bataclan comes to mind as a form of justice for these people.
Yeah, no shit.
There should be justice for what those fuckers did. There.
Yeah.
The Quran warns that God views non-Muslims with contempt and that Muslims who befriend, ally with, or associate closely with them is being regarded by God as disbelievers themselves. And this is part of why they form their enclaves. Chat's Fed posting again. I can't say that. Beyond its theological role, this stupid Muslim gibberish has profoundly shaped certain Islamic cultures. In such environments, many Muslims feel strong pressure not to say or do anything that would damage the image of the Muslim community or bring discredit to Islam. We know, because the Council of Fuckwits crawls out of their fucking hole every time a Muslim gets caught doing something evil to go, it's not the rest of us. You know, with all their fucking signs and bus tickets paid for by the fucking nudge unit.
Right.
Oh, goodness gracious
me. Oh, dear. Fucking hell. Within an honor and shame-based framework reinforced by these values, speaking out to outsiders about wrongdoing committed by fellow Muslims is often seen as an act of betrayal. After confiding in a female teacher their father, an imam, was beating her, the teacher informed the deputy head, who arranged for a male Pakistani Muslim social worker to meet with her at school. Initially terrified because of his background, this poor girl eventually opened up to him about being treated as a domestic servant, fearing forced marriage, and enduring physical abuse. That same afternoon, she returned home to find the social worker speaking to her father and writing everything he'd said. Once the social worker left, her father threatened a severe beating and rape, threatened to kill her if she ever spoke again, and imprisoned her in the cellar for days. When she later encountered the social worker at school and refused further contact, he reportedly told her, hey, I was just doing what I thought was right. You know that. It's not right to betray your community. But it's right to rape your daughter, says Islam.
Burn in hell.
That's too good for them.
Yep. Jenny says they're trying to keep the coverage of this sparse over on WF just because I can get passionate. Oh God. You should have been in here in chat before the fucking show started. We were getting the Fed posting out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Oh boy.
I think we all have similar opinions at the potential solution, though we can't really say them too loudly.
I think that's the final piece of information we need there, Trim. Similar patterns have appeared in accounts from grooming gang survivors. Some have described approaching the police only to be interviewed by Muslim officers who switched off their code device and urged a complaint due to supposed lack of evidence.
Disgusting. You should never let creature like this in politics or your law enforcement.
Yep.
It is asking for trouble.
Jenny says we need a crusade. We've needed a crusade for years. We needed a crusade before this came to light.
Uh-huh.
Agreed.
How long have we been talking about retaking Constantinople?
Ever since we
at
started
least 4 or 5 years, so...
Yeah, prominent Indian Pakistani Muslim thinker, yeah, but much thinking, a revivalist fuckhead McFuckstein.
They think?
Maintain that Muslims can't achieve true success until their highest allegiance is given to God and to the Muslim community. The doctrine of loyalty and disavowal exerts particularly strong pressure on Muslims live as a minority in non-Muslim host societies. Yes, because they know that if they get revealed before they have enough political power to influence elections, isn't that right, Sadiq? That the majority will go, nah, fuck this, and throw them out. You know, like the Spanish.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like we should.
Superiority and dominance of men over women. Islam associates that men hold the position of managers and maintainers over women. Under Islamic law, every woman remains on the guardianship of a male relative. Men are authorized to discipline their wives, including through physical violence. The numerous authoritative sources and Sharia regulations reinforce the notion of men's inferiority to men, women's inferiority to men. One part declares that men hold a rank above women. The pedophile child rapist Muhammad stated that women are deficient in both religion and intelligence relative to men. No, fuck off, Muhammad. Just Muhammad saw the bell curve and did an Andrew Tate with it, clearly. Unfortunately for Muhammad, he's on the left-hand side of the bell curve.
Well, Muhammad is an LGBT icon because he do love them their gay orgies.
He noted that women form the majority of those in hell. I don't know if that's true, but I can certainly tell you where liberal white women are going.
Oh, yeah.
He also taught that if a woman or a dog passes in front of a praying man, the prayer is invalidated, or he's in mosque position men with their backs to women during prayer. There you go. Muhammad thinks that women are as lesser as dogs are, which frankly is insulting to both women and dogs. I've been bitten by dogs that have treated me better than some women. Catch you later, Jenny.
Later, G.
We've got to have you on again sometime. Yeah. Have fun. Yeah. Sharia obliges a wife to engage in sexual intercourse with the husband whenever he desires it. If she refuses, Muhammad said the angels will curse her until morning.
They don't have angels in Islam; it's demons. They're afraid of dogs.
Yeah. I mean, it actually is basically you read through it. It's like, these are the demons that the Christian Bible talks about.
Yep. So it talks about inheritance laws generally allocate women half the share given to men. Sharia's approach to rape also disadvantages women. Rape is categorized as a form of illicit sexual intercourse. The same offense that covers adultery and fornication. Hold on, I need to blow my 1 second.
You know, it is truly sad that it has to come to this point where a report like this exposes the evil of Islam, and people are still turning a blind eye to it.
Isn't there something in that?
Scared of doing what is needed.
Isn't there something in that big book on how to run a Bronze Age society on turning a blind eye?
Yeah, don't do it.
That's what I thought.
Not for the suffering of innocence, especially.
Mm-hmm. Illicit sexual intercourse is defined sexual intercourse between a man and a woman who's neither his wife nor his slave. There's no distinct offense of rape. It is treated as coerced illicit sexual intercourse, and marital rape is not recognized. The penalty for the rapist mirrors that for consensual extramarital sex, and 100 lashes for an unmarried person, or stoned to death one who is or has been married. Very civilized, very women's rights. The most feminist religion. When a woman accuses a man of rape, her consent is presumed unless both the act of penetration and her lack of consent are proven by 4 male eyewitnesses who either directly observed the man's penis entering the woman's vagina.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yes, I'm sure the men raping the woman are definitely going to do that. Naturally, the presence of 4 men witnessing a rape without intervening makes it highly improbable they would testify in the victim's favor. That's because they're participating. Should a woman allege rape but fail to produce the 4 required male witnesses, then they'll stone her to death. Because, oh, well, you weren't raped, so it's your fault, whore, and kill her.
Yep.
In 2003, Pakistan's National Commission on the Status of Women reported that up to 88% of women in prison in Pakistan were rape or gang rape victims who, unable to meet the 4 witness requirement, were instead convicted of illicit sex. Where are those 2 sons dropping the country again?
Yeah, it solved a lot of problems.
Islamic law contains multiple provisions that mandate the covering and seclusion of women. It's widely recognized that a Muslim woman must cover most of her body when appearing in public. Additionally, Sharia grants a male the authority to restrict a girl or a woman's movements, allowing him to confine a wife or daughter to the home and permit her to leave only when accompanied by a male relative and for a valid reason. It then gives citations. Certain Islamic preachers have explicitly endorsed this view, following the high-profile conviction of Muslim men of Lebanese background for rape in Sydney, Australia. The country's Grand Mufti, some fucking piece of shit, controversially placed blame on the victims for not being covered, not remaining in their homes. Why do I have to live with this shit too? Why do any of us have to live with this shit too? We don't have to live like this.
No, we don't, but our quote-unquote leaders kind of think it's really fucking...
So, again, addressing the statement made by the fucking idiots in the government who are supposed to investigate forced marriage, under Sharia, marriage takes the form of a contract arranged between 2 men, the groom and the bride's male guardian. The structure closely resembles a contract of sale. Islamic jurisprudence sets a no minimum age at which a girl or woman may be married. Religious authorities permit a father to arrange a marriage for his daughter, even while she is still an infant. The Prophet Muhammad, the pedophile Muhammad himself, married Aisha when she was 6, and arrangement made between the pedophile Muhammad and her father, and raped her when she was 9. The Quran itself addresses the remarriage of divorced girl who has not yet reached menstruation. The notion that a girl must reach a particular age before she can consent to sexual activity is foreign to Islam. Significantly, the Arabic term nikah denotes both marriage and sexual intercourse, and Sharia in effect merges the 2 concepts. An unmarried woman is forbidden from engaging in sex, while a married woman has no right under Sharia to refuse sexual relations with her husband. Islamic scholars differ on the degree of physical, emotional maturity needed for sexual intercourse within a marriage. Some hold that the onset of puberty serves as the threshold for readiness, though Muhammad consummated his marriage with the 9-year-old that he raped before she reached puberty, and thus permit thawing with a wife who was menstruating considered too young for vaginal penetration.
God.
It's the entire fucking religion.
Yeah.
Yep.
One practical expression of anxiety over women's sexuality is the practice of female genital mutilation, which is obviously bad. And once we're done, and while we're working on stopping that, can we stop mutilating men too?
That'd be nice.
Jihad and sexual slavery. Islamic Sharia contains detailed regulations governing armed conflict, including provisions related to the institution of slavery. In Islamic law, slavery rises constantly out of warfare against non-Muslims. Infidels. Non-Muslim captives are taken in such conflicts regarded as lawfully enslaved simply by virtue of their capture. These captives may then be allocated to Muslim combatants as part of their war booty. They can be subsequently sold, ransomed, or retained in slavery. Historical records show that during the pedophile Muhammad's lifetime, Muslim forces enslaved women captured from enemy groups in more than a dozen military engagements. Under Sharia, sexual relations between a male owner and his female captive slave do not constitute unlawful sex because it's explicitly authorized in the Quran. The pedophile Muhammad taught the married non-Muslim woman captured in war is automatically divorced from a previous husband by the act of capture. As a result, sexual intercourse between her and Muslim captive owner and the formerly married captive does not amount to adultery.
Sure, why the fuck not?
Fuck me, I mentioned the Marines earlier. In March 1786, when Thomas Jefferson and John Adams told Tripoli to cut their fucking shit out or they're gonna get what they fucking deserve, their ambassador France, when they asked the Tripoli's ambassador France why the Bari say to Royal Nations did not attack them, one of their filthy vermin reportedly answered, "It is written in the Quran that all nations which did not acknowledge the Prophet were sinners, whom it was the right duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave, and that every Muslim who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise." In classical Islamic jurisprudence, a non-Muslim nation was presumptively categorized as the house of war, from which Muslims had the right duty to take slaves, as articulated by the Tripoli ambassador. Thomas Jefferson didn't go far enough.
No.
Demi Chud, I think we're vaguely familiar with this. If you're not a Muslim, you either pay the ransom or you get killed. And that's basically one way to view the involvement, or therefore lack thereof, of British state officials in the rape gang scandal is an incorporation of Dhimmi-like submissiveness. This mindset prioritizes deference to Islam Muslims above all else while dismissing or assigning fault to non-believers. Therefore, the inaction of the government encourages it amongst the bloody Muslims. Islamic clan culture. Yeah, this is much more of the same. When targets a non-Muslim girl, particularly white British girls, perceived unguarded, dressed in Western styles and lacking male protectors, as we discovered earlier. This calculation shifts. No retaliation is staged from the girl's family community, so some young men feel emboldened to treat her as property and then approach, assault, groom, and share among the group and sell her services. That's right. The British establishment and the police have made these girls vulnerable because they prevented Tommy Robinson from beating the shit out of the rapists.
Oh, yeah. Though I think we should, give them the option of trying again.
Key contrasts emerge in evidence. When similar gangs target Sikh girls, the Sikh community mobilizes men to confront and deter the perpetrators effectively. White working class girls lack the equivalent collective protection, not least because authorities often silence concerns with accusation of racism. They may be South Asian, but they're right about fucking Islam. Yeah. Even second, third, or fourth generation immigrants raised in Britain continue these patterns. It is all of them, all the generations, every single one.
Yep. Without change.
Oh, yeah. They don't even hesitate. They don't even try to stop. It's what they are. Get them out.
Yeah. Concerns have long been raised that fear of accusations of Islamophobia has inhibited open discussion and effective action on group-based child sexual exploitation cases, particularly those involving grooming gangs. In 2025, research noted that in a 2020, sorry, I'll read the whole thing. Fuck it. Series of reports and analyses from think tank Policy Exchange have documented how the charge of Islamophobia has been deployed to challenge, intimidate, or discredit individuals and organizations tending to highlight the issue. In a 2025 research note titled "The Rotherham Grooming Scandal and the Craze of the Islamophobia Definition," Policy Exchange examined connections between the scandal in Rotherham and the development of a contested definition of Islamophobia by the all-party parliamentary group on Muslims. The report highlighted the role of a key staff member from Rotherham, a Muslim who in 2015 organised a community protest against South Yorkshire police, accusing them of scapegoating Muslims amid the grooming investigations. Which is ridiculous, because we all know that the South Yorkshire police are a bunch of child-abusing pedophiles themselves.
Yes.
Or, like, for example...
Are you okay, Basic?
No. The West is not okay, Trim.
No, it's not.
It also tells us a great deal about the politically correct institutional culture within Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council that intends a safeguarding strategy meeting in 2000 was an anti-racism coordinator named Jeet McJeetson.
So subhuman filth. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The concern to shield Muslims from criticism at all costs went hand in hand with the more general ideological shift organized around the unquestioned treatment of minorities as special victim groups. The law, too, began to foster an environment in which challenging certain minority communities, including Muslims, became politically dangerous or even criminal. The Ferguson report, in 1999, following the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, branded the police institutionally racist and introduced a definition of racism so broad that police officers and social workers became terrified of any action that could be construed as targeting ethnic minorities, such as reporting the truth. Across Britain, clear evidence of organised abuse by Pakistani gangs, among other majority Muslim ethnic groups, was ignored because confronting at-risk accusations of racism. The fear was not abstract. Senior officers and council staff explicitly cited concerns about so-called community relations and potential race riots as reason for inaction. Turns out that ignoring the problem is what causes race riots. After the Irish.
Well, they're well needed.
Yeah.
We don't need riots. We need well-coordinated government action to arrest and then deport.
That is the UK friendly version.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's probably still legal to say in the UK, though.
Yeah.
Which is why Disco's definitely not showing up today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Poor Disco.
Combined with fucking hate crime legislation under Part 3 of the Public Order Act and Crime and Disorder Act, create an environment in which criticizing aspects of Islamic culture or patterns of offending linked to Muslim communities can be framed as racial hatred or Islamophobia. And once again, the truth is criminalized, and George Orwell continues to spin faster and faster. Do you know why the day is shortening? It's because Orwell spinning in his grave is knocking the earth off kilter.
Pretty much.
The Casey National Order of 2025 confirmed the pattern, noting that authorities shied away from examining ethnicity and culture, even when the data pointed overwhelmingly to Pakistani Muslim perpetrators. So they then go to talk about the law, which, last time I checked, rape is illegal in the UK. So it just, like, the law is there. They're not enforcing it, though, because it's a two-tier society. So we don't need to read about the fucking law, because it's illegal. What they've been doing has been illegal. Did you know that England used to hang rapists?
Oh, those were the days.
These laws have been in England. Longer than, I think, the fucking Ottoman Empire was around, since before the Ottoman Empire started. I'm pretty sure England's had laws against this shit.
You would think.
Used to be a civilized nation with civilized people.
Yes.
Well, you know, when the ECHR is in effect, it's only sexual distress. So it's okay.
Mention them.
Oh, God.
Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights imposes a positive duty on the state to investigate credible allegations of rape and serious sexual assault. But they don't do that because they're too busy letting in Muslims, because refusing to let in a bunch of fucking vermin that have illegally entered the country and then going, oh, but my country executes rapists, so let me into yours.
I hate them.
Frank says, you mean white people? No, I said the English. Have you seen the state of Germany? I mean, Germany had a government policy on giving fucking children to pedophiles in the 60s.
Oh, yeah. Fucking animals. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hate them enough.
And should we talk about the Norwegian arrival in England? Pretty sure that wasn't very consensual.
Hey. What we did to the English, what made them what they were back in the day, it's what made them great. We gave them a lot of our genes. The only way we knew
Steel
how.
sharpens steel.
Mm-hmm.
But
Exactly.
Trim. You gave it to you gave all of it to England. What's left?
Yeah, I'm suffering through it now, by the way. But
Yes.
here's the thing. You do know there are fucking lefties, just a little bit of side tangent, but there are lefties who'd be like, oh, we need to pay reparations for being Vikings and shit.
Callum says, German, you mean Germanic Weimar Consortium? Weimar? No, and I'm pretty sure the gifting children to pedophiles was after, well, after the response to Weimar actions.
Yeah. What was that guy's name? That doctor. I mean,
Well,
if you don't distrust the science enough,
frankly, it's all goes to show that the Germans are way too autistic to be allowed to govern themselves. Because they come up with something resembling a good idea, nationalism, and then they go full retard and autistically take it too far.
Yeah. Or they tried to marriage jingoism and socialism. They take nationalism to the point of jingoism, and then they try to slap socialism.
What's that, Trim?
Good idea.
They had national socialism for the workers.
Yes.
The quack's name was Helmut Kindler.
Of course. Yes. So, failure to invoke existing sentencing powers. The crime is so. Sentencing guidelines explicitly permit, in cases of demonstrated hostility, require an uplift in the imposed sentence when offence is aggravated by racial or religious hostility. Evidence in grooming gang trials has repeatedly shown precisely this. Victims described as white slags, white trash, kuffar bitches, or told they were only good for men like me to fuck and use like trash. Perpetrators shouted aloha snack bar and boasted of racial supremacy. Yet as far as public records are concerned, racial aggravations have never once been invoked against anti-white rape gangs either by prosecutors or judges.
Yeah. Do notice that people keep saying that these creatures can integrate into here, but if these creatures were like us, they would have come from places like ours. These creatures can't create civilization or anything. They come from shitholes full of rape, murder, and death.
And
just animals.
Meanwhile, the East Asians, like China's had like 7 civilizations rise and fall in the last 2,000 years. Japan might be one of the longest running civilizations out there. Hold on, I'm trying to run some numbers. It's very close with England. I suppose it depends on if you count pre-Roman England as its own unique civilization. Anyway, sentences in rape gang cases, meanwhile, have remained at the lower end of the scale, often 4 to 12 years, men convicted of raping dozens of children over years, rather than the life sentence of 20-plus year tariffs if any merited. Life sentences of or 20 year plus. No, it should be immediate execution. Immediate execution for anyone who's rapes a child.
As soon as you're found guilty in child rape or shit like this, you should be drawn out from your chair, drawn to the middle of the room, and then just put down like the animal you are.
Feet first, wood chipper.
You're not a person anymore.
For all convicted child rapists. Feet first into the wood chipper, all convicted child rapists. Immediately, no questions.
Oh, you have one of those buttons the judge can press, and it opens up the floor into a fucking chipper.
Yep, as soon as the jury says guilty, directly into a chipper.
Get to the Rancor.
Yes.
Yes.
Poor Rancor. Minister for Justice Kieran Mullen drew attention at our hands to the fact that many of these involved in rape gangs serve as little to a third or half of their 4 fucking year sentence. Worse still, foreign national perpetrators, and many from Pakistan and other Muslim majority countries, were rarely deported after sentencing despite clear powers under the UK Borders Act. Instead, they're house fed and upon release allowed to reoffend or return to the community. The only reason that you shouldn't deport these people is because you've already executed them.
Yeah. But you should drop their corpses at their home cities. Like, hey, we don't want this anymore. It's yours. Take it.
Is it anything else? But what about my appeal? Foreigners don't get appeals.
People get appeals.
Mm-hmm. Cultural offences and judicial relativism. British courts repeatedly allow cultural backgrounds to function as a de facto mitigating factor. In one Bristol case documented in the Cullion report, the defendant argued that forcing a girl to have sex with his friend was simply Somali culture and tradition, and Rotherham another claimed Western girls' clothing invited and provoked abuse. These arguments are entertained rather than treated as an admission of guilt. Judges and defense counsel cite cultural sensitivity to avoid empowering the far right and damaging community cohesion. The very phrases in the case review to explain why cases was shown pre-2012.
Oh no, the far right, guys! It's the far right.
Rather than being a mitigating factor, saying that it's Somali culture and tradition, should have deported every fucking Somali in the country. If that's your culture and tradition, congratulations, you're all gone. Oh, but I haven't done anything yet. Oh, yeah. Anyway, get in the plane. You're going back to Somalia. Yeah.
Keyword being yet.
Yeah. Political actors across the board, national, local, and devolved, knew about the organised rape gangs decades yet put electoral survival, so-called community relations, and fear of racism activism before child protection. In particular, the fucking Labour Party. Meanwhile, Jess Phillips, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls from July 2024 to May 2026, and Naz Shah, why would you let Muslims or women in politics maintain public silence on the ethnic and religious patterns of the gangs? Same patterns occurred again in Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, Burnley, Peterborough. Labour council strained the streets, ignored parental reports, and allowed perpetrators to operate among other reasons because Muslim voting blocks were electorally vital. Former Detective Constable and Rochdale rape gang whistleblower Maggie Oliver criticised the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, with whom Oliver herself has worked, for failing to piece together a full picture of the information necessary to combat the rape gangs that still operate in his area. Do you know how you combat the rape gangs? You send in the fucking SAS.
Agreed.
Oh, Xenothium. Xenothium suggests that when we deport them, we should give them a female pilot.
Ooh.
Give them a DEI hire to fly the plane. Fly plane. Even reviews that did produce valuable findings seldom been followed with by decisive action. Commissioned in 2017, Burma's limited independent review concluded the authorities failed to protect children from pedophile gangs in Manchester, Oldham, and Rochdale. However, no officers were fired or stripped of their pensions for their strike failings exposed. Nor has Burnham exercised his powers as police and crime commissioner, a position he automatically holds as an extension of his mayoralty, to prosecute any of the officers found to have failed the victims of predatory gangs. So he's complicit. And he goes on the list. In Rotherham, Rochdale, Oxford, and Telford, and dozens of other towns, Labour controlled council and police forces repeatedly shoved investigations, threatened whistleblowers with racism accusations, and instructed officers not to record the ethnicity of perpetrators. The 2014 J report explains how Labour council 2014 Labour councillors and senior officials in Rotherham dismissed the systemic rape of 1,400 girls because still otherwise risked alienating the Pakistani community. How about we alienate them straight back to fucking Pakistan?
People, so it don't really count for shit. Oh, you're dehumanizing them. Yes.
Yeah, the betrayal continued into government in January 2025. Labour MPs voted en masse against a Conservative amendment calling for a national statutory inquiry into grooming gangs. Because they're evil. Quisling Starmer and his front bench abstained or opposed those dismissing public concerns far-right agitation. Complicit on the list.
I still can't believe this motherfucker is worse than actual Quisling. That's annoying.
Mm-hmm. Jess fucking Phillips, the woman who reported a man to the police for saying he wouldn't rape her, did nothing to protect women and children. The safeguarding minister.
Really?
Had much to do with his show of contempt by the Labour Party. Survivors resigned from a victim panel in disgust, showing the process of the sham. Felix apologised for delays but retained the full backing of Quisling Starmer, who not only needs to have his knighthood removed, but you know the reason that the king touches both shoulders with the sword?
So you can cut them off.
Yes, it's a reminder of what happens if the sword doesn't deviate. The sword needs to fucking come back. After an appropriate conviction, if found after an appropriate trial, if found guilty. That should be the manner of the execution. If found guilty after an appropriate trial for, among other things, treason.
We need to bring that shit back.
Yeah, the Labour government's so-called independent inquiry into grooming gangs, and chaired by Bernstein Longford, is a masterclass in institutional evasion. It's not an inquiry designed to deliver truth or justice, a containment exercise, but narrowing the focus to local operational failures and excluding any systematic analysis of the demographic, cultural, and religious patterns that witnesses have repeatedly described. The government has ensured that the most uncomfortable truths, not least those that implicate Labour's own chronic dependence on certain voting blocks, will never be confronted. While the core grooming gangs were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim networks operating with political protection, the Labour's complicity went far beyond mere negligence. On the list, in multiple documented cases, both senior and former Labour councillors and figures that were themselves perpetrators of child sexual abuse. Either that or they directly showed abuse within the grooming gang ecosystem. Direct perpetrators within Labour ranks. Lord Nazir Ahmed was convicted in 2022 of multiple child sex offences, including the rape of a, yes, very British, 13-year-old girl. Jailed for 5.5 years and not yet stripped of his period. Also, he has been convicted, so I can say this. He shouldn't have gone 5.5 years. He should have had the king cut his fucking head off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should have been executed because he has been found guilty. I can say that his punishment was wrong and should have been capital. Former Labour councillor Leron Velman pled guilty to sex offences against a child after approaching a 13-year-old and asking if she was a virgin. Labour councillor Carol Clark faced some complaints after allegedly warning her pedophile son of his impending arrest in a grooming-related investigation while simultaneously voting on grooming gang matters. Former Labour MP Ivor Kaplan was arrested for grooming a 15-year-old child in 2025. That's why they're not voting against it. It's because they're complicit. Well, it's because they're active perpetrators, actually. Far beyond complicit.
Oh, yeah.
People who did nothing. Sean Wright, Labour councillor, Rotherham's Children's Services League, 2009-2010, remained in post despite knowing about the scale of abuse, resigned after the J report. Roger Stone, Labour council leader, Rotherham, 2003-2014. Oh, he goes on the special list then. Preside over local government during the cover-up document in the J report. Multiple Rotherham Labour councillors interfered in police investigations, tipped off perpetrators, or dismissed victims as making lifestyle choices to protect community relations and votes. While Quisling Starmer was the director of public perversions, it has been reported that 13,000 suspected rape gang members and pedophiles were let off with warning letters.
Are you kidding me?
God, I wish I was, Tim. I desperately fucking wish that none of this was fucking true.
You know, this is at times I wish I was a psychopathic conspiracy theorist with schizophrenia. But no. Yep. No, I'm a fully functioning human being.
Yep. Because the Conservative Party, of course, is complicit through their failure to act and also goes in on the list. In particular, a proud Islamophile, former Conservative Minister Rory Stewart is a standout example of the malaise within the party. He once said on his podcast with some other loser that the grooming gang phenomenon is no more than a small-scale blight largely confined to the north of England. He's on the list. Meanwhile, up in Scotland, pregnancy, abortion, and children born of rape. Yep, so this talks about how the medical services just didn't report shit. It's like, what's this? A pregnant 12-year-old? Nah, I don't need to report that to the police. It'll be fine. Let's give her to this random Muslim.
I don't understand how. It's like, oh, pregnant 12-year-old. Yeah, that is just common here, isn't it? Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
Turns out that having migrants in the healthcare system isn't helping. Impact on survivors. I mean, I think I basically skipped this because they're all fucked up. They've either got PTSD, many physical injuries, or they've killed themselves. Monsters. Conclusions. So, obviously, we've talked about a lot of this, and it's shit that's very obvious to us. When documented patterns from Rotherham, Telford, Rochdale, Oxford, Newcastle, Oldham, Huddersfield, Peterborough, Burnley, Tameside, and dozens of other towns are extrapolated nationally, scale reaches at least 250,000 victims. Not a collection of isolated local scandals. So, recommendations. We don't need to read any of this because it's quite simple. Kill all the perpetrators. Are we quite clear? These people need to be investigated and tried. And if, for legal reasons, if and until found guilty, if found guilty, executed immediately. The only appropriate punishment for raping a child is death.
Right.
Where did I vote for you?
Yeah, right.
We are dealing with creatures who have, for some reason, been misconstrued with a human being.
Yeah. Basically.
And we are paying for it now.
Yeah. So to adjust the recommendations, I mean, it's all your standard shit. It's good stuff. It's obvious stuff, though. It's listen to the victims, investigate shit, and then prosecute harshly the perpetrators. Although they talk about the sentences. No. We're not putting people in prison. You rape a child, death immediately. No further questions asked.
No mercy, no respite.
But yeah, like, there's a lot of really helpful recommendations in here that I'm just not going to bother with.
Nope.
Because it's shit
it's for the normies.
Yes, it's all sensible normie stuff. And it's all stuff, like, I don't think we need to waste our time telling our audience what needs to be done, because obviously if they're listening to us, they're cultured, intelligent individuals. So there's no point. We don't need to explain how to crack eggs to them.
Exactly. But I going through this and the ideas, they are excellent. And they make sense, especially for normies. It is perfect. And I hope that Sir Lowe uses this to win whatever he tries in the future.
Yeah. It's all very good stuff for your normies. Because it's all like, oh, we need to actually prosecute them, we need to enforce the sentences, And meanwhile, we're all going, immediate execution for all guilty parties.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. We're like 10 years ahead of you there. So we're going to wait for you. Just get fucking started already.
But yeah, like there's lots of recommendations on how to improve the fucking institutions and things. But we all know that. Then there's legislative responses. It's quite simple. You change the law to execute pedophiles. And then you also change the law to execute anyone who aids or abets a pedophile, including by failure to act on a report.
Yes.
And obviously, I'm not saying just because you can't prove something, you should be punished. No. Obviously, we still want to maintain the appearance of a civilized society and actually investigate and try shit properly. That said, if it's proven that you failed in your duty to protect the innocent, you go in line at the wood chipper.
Yeah. Hey, if it's guaranteed they did it, but we haven't got enough proof yet, we'll just dangle them in a rope above the chipper.
Well, here's a thought, and this is my slightly more normie appropriate level thought. I say normie, but this is probably a wild one for the normies. If we have even the slightest, like, say we don't have beyond a reasonable doubt, but we have a compelling amount of evidence, not enough to say definitely did it into the wood chipper. If they're a foreigner and there's any evidence whatsoever that they committed the crime, but not enough to execute them, we deport them immediately. And then if they come back, then you execute.
Yes.
None of this,
we'll
let this convicted child rapist stay in the country. No, fuck off. Foreigners shouldn't be allowed any fucking leeway. Like, if you do something and there's a hint of evidence, get the fuck out. You're not worth the risk. And that applies to the
Agreed.
white ones too.
Though there is one thing I really like with this one, over with the one Low brought, is that literally just blacklist people who comes from the countries who do this shit.
Well, that's it.
Okay, there's a lot of people who've done this. You are currently not allowed to be here. Get fucked.
Frankly, that's one of the steps. You need to just straight up blacklist Pakistan. You need to I think it might also be Pakistan that it has this
Somalia.
silly ruling that they tore up their passport, so they denounce their citizenship. You can't send back. I can't remember if it is, but if that's the government's opinion that you can't deport a criminal because they tore up their passport, it's like, cool. Every single person from your country is an overstay risk. Therefore, no visas for your entire fucking country. Don't even bother trying.
Oh yeah.
Legislative response. I mean, it's more good stuff, but it's all quite obvious. Lots and lots of obvious stuff.
For people like us, this is the most obvious and is like the kind of thing. Like even Asmongold's reaction to these were like, dude, this is like the most normal fucking thing ever.
It is useful to have written down as like some dot points for the Starvin action plan. And yeah, lots and lots of recommendations. It's all good shit, but it's not worth covering. Yeah, next steps, concluding messages. They also have people that gave testimony that weren't at the hearings. But also some of it is the testimony is people we heard from as well. So there's other things in here as well. Yeah, so they talk about the institutional fathers. They've got survivor quotations, institutional fathers, police and justice. Like, they talk about Greater Manchester Police. And a lot of these cases are extracted from the stories that we talked about when we covered the survivor statements. So again, not worth recovering. But lots and lots and lots of different things. However, local authority districts. 149 places that gangs are known to have operated in. Aberdeen, Angus, Antrim and Newton Abbey. I'm going to just notice some. Birmingham, Bradford, Bristol, Cambridge, Camden. It's places that I recognise as a not British person. If I've heard of it, presumably it's vaguely relevant. Christchurch, Edinburgh. Aren't you so fucking excited, monkey, if you're still here and you haven't fucking drank yourself to death? County Durham, Croydon, Doncaster, East Riding of Yorkshire, East Staffordshire, Glasgow City. Every fucking city, presumably. Isle of Wight. Fucking Isle of Wight, Jesus Christ. Lancaster, Leeds, Leicester, Lewisham, Liverpool, Luton.
Isle of Wight.
Luton.
White.
Yeah. Manchester. Milton Keynes. That's one of the new towns, isn't it? Newcastle upon Tyne. Newcastle under Lyme. I've never heard of that place before. I've heard of Newcastle upon Tyne, but I've never heard of Newcastle under Lyme. Fair enough. Nottingham, Oldham, Oxford, Oldham. That's another one of the big ones. Rochdale, Rotherham. Sutton, Swansea, Swindon. I'm sure Carl is absolutely fucking thrilled. Mr. Benjamin. I'm sure he's thrilled to know that that's operating near where he keeps his children.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of other places. 149 different locations. And of course, counties: Derbyshire, Devon, Dorset, Greater Manchester, Greater London, Lancashire, Lincolnshire, Merseyside, Norfolk, Yorkshire. I had the pronunciation from like the middle of Warwickshire and then no, Yorkshire. And that's the report. 218 pages of reasons why the British establishment needs to be frigging purged, frankly. Not necessarily in the purge manner, but there's a lot of people that do need to be executed for failing to protect children. And there's a hell of a lot more that need to be fired for failure to take sufficient action.
Yes. God, yes.
Also, I'm proposing a new punishment for people that fail their duty as a mandatory reporter. It's called execution.
Right.
I mean, the simplest solution, dude. That's the thing. The simplest solutions, always.
Mm-hmm. It's really not difficult.
Oh.
You find a child abuser, you kill them. It's really simple. Legally, after a fair trial and appropriate execution. He says.
Yes, totally. Cough, cough.
That's my lawyer. So.
Oh, boy. It's disgusting.
So, I do have 2 follow-up articles. 6 officers ignored a rape claim misconduct panel finds. 6 of them. Up in Nottinghamshire. 6 former Nottinghamshire police officers have been found guilty of misconduct for failing to investigate an allegation of rape.
I'm upset.
Yep, they attended a flat in Nottingham in January 2025 following reports the woman not leave the address and saw someone inside the property. She told the officer she'd been raped, but they did not record or investigate the allegation. Disciplinary hearing was told. The panel dismissed serving PCs, fuckhead, fuckstick, dumb fuck, and stupid whore, and 2 former police constables were assigned to granted anonymity. Why the fuck were they granted anonymity? Turns out the panel's complicit too. No, they're all criminals.
Right.
Now, it's not necessarily to say that the woman actually was right, but the fact that they failed to investigate it all is the problem.
Yeah.
If they'd found that there was nothing to it, sure, fine, whatever. Because we know that there are false rape claims, because obviously we're a bunch of conservative men. Yeah, but they didn't do a report, they didn't investigate at all. That's the problem. The other follow-up, do you remember the Scottish girl with the knife and the axe? Who the First Minister of Scotland reliably informed us was a racist little shitbag who was evil and attacked a good little migrant who didn't do nothing for no reason?
Yeah, Mr. White. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out that the migrant that was taking the video has been arrested for sexually abusing them. No, not arrested, convicted.
Batman.
So, Sweeney apologized to the girl at Centre of Dundee viral knife video. First Minister, useless fucking retard, who should spend the rest of his fucking days hung upside down in a prison cell, has apologized to a Dundee girl who brandished weapons at a Bulgarian man who was later convicted of assaulting her after previously warning against misinformation on the incident. And this is the fucking BBC. The British Board of Communism. Yeah. A viral video showing the 12-year-old holding a knife and axe is highlighted at the time by Elon Musk, who criticized the girl's arrest for trying to defend herself. This is the BBC, by the way. That's how fucked up this is. So this useless piece of shit was convicted last week of grabbing and pushing the girl and uttering sexual remarks to the girl and her friends. The useless fucking First Minister said he would, of course, apologize to the girl. No, he should be in fucking prison. In fact, the girl... Can we do a crowdfunder for this girl to sue him for slander?
I wish.
I think that might actually be a legitimate cause of action. I think that she should sue him for slander.
Yep.
Useless piece of shit, dipshit First Minister. As he said his comments at the time of the insult based on the information he had on the case at the time. You fucking liar. All you need to know was white girl and immigrant. Police Scotland have now admitted that their initial statement was a complete and utter fucking lie, entirely designed to stop people from going, oh, look, a migrant's doing a migrant again. Oh, also Teabaggins here. Welcome, Teabaggin.
Hi, Teabaggins.
You missed the highlights, by which I mean the bits that make me want to drink until I don't anymore. I don't anymore. Yes. So police Scotland admitted they're a bunch of useless, lying fucking terrorists. It was initially indicated that no one apart from the girl who had been arrested was one in connection with the incident. Yes, because the police said took one look at their skin colours and arrested the white kid. Because they're evil. The girl's evidence in Fuckstick's trial at Dardney Sheriff Court was described as eloquent by Sheriff Tim Niven Smith, who may be the only person in Scotland who, in a position of authority, who isn't a retard. May. It's not guaranteed. Oh, look, it's the traitor. And oh, look, it's reasons why women shouldn't have voting.
Demons.
Raising the issue at First Minister's questions, Reform UK leader in Scotland, Malcolm. The Reform is doing the bare fucking minimum and it's still absolutely mogging them. The mother of his child quite rightly has demanded apology from the police and from the First Minister for her daughter being branded as a liar, right-wing and a racist. Lord Offord told MSPs the girl had been arrested during the incident was widely vilified for wielding an axe and a knife which he used to fend off a Bulgarian migrant and his sister wife.
Sister wife?
I assume so.
Yeah.
They're migrants.
Yeah, true.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the initial reporting did call her his wife. I'm saying that some of the original articles did say that it was a man and his wife. So both are possible. They're migrants. So the useless fucking cuckold said, I of course apologize to the woman and family concerned. We all deal with the situation the information presents. You're a fucking liar and you should be in prison. At the time, and then he blames the police. Hey, Elon, sue them all, provide the money. Let's see these faggots. Because of course this idiot says he'll make no apology for taking on Elon Musk. Saying he did not think the exile was an act in good faith on the discussions. Well, he was right, dickhead. That makes him he's not asking in good faith. But he's right, you fucking liar. The video of the girl, which was filmed by Fuckhead, was widely shared and commented on by figures including Musk and, of course, they've got mentioned the far-right activist Tommy Robinson. Oh, well, they haven't called him actually Lenin yet, so they're not completely out to get him. Force initially said it was aware of him.
They're not trying to use his full name for evil magical reasons, I suppose.
They are literally retards that believe in magic, yes. Force initially said it was aware of misinformation being shared online about an incident where a Bulgarian couple... Yeah, there you go. Misinformation about where a Bulgarian couple were approached by youths.
Yeah, they were approached by that girl, sure.
Also, just in case, dear retarded idiots that write press releases, there is a difference between a couple of Bulgarians and a Bulgarian couple. I assume they're retards at Scotland. They only hire diversity. I assume it's a woman who flunked out of school but got the job because it's illegal to hire men in the government in Scotland.
Makes too much sense. Oh, I hate them.
Shortly afterwards, the useless fucking traitor and professor said that the Gestapo had issued a warning about deliberate misinformation. Oh, and by deliberate disinformation, do you need the complete and utter fucking truth?
Yes.
Yeah, the fucking lying piece of shit out of the people like Elon Musk are trying to undermine the sense of cohesion within our community. You don't have cohesion. All you've got is a fucking gang of government-funded psycho terrorists running around threatening people to report on what you want. So the useless piece of shit migrant was found guilty of making sexual remarks to the group of girls aged between 12 and 14 before grabbing and pushing one of them to the ground. His sister wife admitted assaulting a 13-year-old girl by seizing and pulling her hair, dragging her to the ground, and striking her on the head to her injury during the incident. The court heard that the useless piece of shit said to the children under 15, hello, sexy, I'll show you a good time.
Fuck off.
They will be sentenced at Dundee Sheriff Court on 5th of August. If they don't get fucking custody, then we put all Scotland on the list. But you'll have to quickly move Disco first.
Disco and Wild Monkey's already out, technically, so that's all right.
Yeah.
What about Dankula?
Is he in Scotland, or is he... I think he might be.
I think
we'll make Dankula king of Scotland. Because we're going to devolve that fucker straight back to feudalism.
I'm okay with this.
Oh, fuck me. Right.
One time we'll actually endorse
the types of purges that need to happen are going to make fucking Robespierre look moderate, dude.
I said that in the group chat, didn't I? That we're going to make the terror look like a fucking picnic.
Right.
The terror is going to look like a picnic. The Troubles is... I'm just going to say that something like the Troubles would be the nice result. That would be the nice thing to happen. I mean, as in a pleasant thing to happen for them.
No, yeah, David Marat and Robespierre need to be put to shame with the kind of fucking purging that needs to happen with the UK government right now. Because there's so many of them that are fucking complicit and enabling this shit, currently enabling this shit, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, I mean, it's ongoing. It's not like it's stopped, right? Like he's just drawing attention to the fact that it's happened and is currently happening. And there just needs to be a mass purge of the government to make sure that this shit, one, stops, and two, doesn't happen again. No, this is the kind of and it's funny how much like they've cried about the fucking schools in Canada, which turned out to be total bullshit. But and then they talked about rape culture for so fucking long. These mewling feminist dipshits have cried and moaned about rape culture for literally
AIDS
50
now?
plus years or something. And now it's been proven that there's an actual rape culture going on.
Yeah, you say 50 plus years, Dave. How long's this problem with the Muslims been going on? It's about 70 years, right?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, right. 70, like 700 years. So
yeah.
It's almost as if the Crusades, the only thing the Crusades did wrong was stopping.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly.
It's funny because they... go ahead.
First, sorry.
I say they complain about... Go for it, Trim. You go.
All right.
You go.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna be short. This is why I read this shit yesterday, because if not, I would just be so fucking full of slurs right now.
It took me like 2 fucking days to highlight that shit, Trim.
Oh my god, you poor fuck.
Well, they complained about the Spanish Inquisition, and we keep hearing people talk about how terrible the Spanish Inquisition was and blah, blah, blah. But the Spanish Inquisition hasn't encompassed nearly this many fucking people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like the Spanish Inquisition was a fraction. It's actually a fraction of how many people have been hurt or murdered by migrants just this year.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. This is an absolute tragedy. And
this is beyond a fucking tragedy. This is industrial, large scale assault. It's an attempted genocide against their own people. It is. It's not even attempted. It's fucking succeeding. Like, these retards complain that half a dozen people have been murdered in fucking Palifakstan, and that's a fucking genocide. Meanwhile, what's happened to the fucking population of the fucking English in England? Right. And again,
I mean,
we
let's just be honest
we
here.
mentioned it earlier. I don't like Israel. I want them to fuck right off, and I certainly don't want them to have any of my textiles. However, I do wish them great success in conquering all of the Middle East.
Yeah. But I mean, let's be honest. Going through all this, it is blatantly obvious that this is not just systemic. Yes, to use the left's words there, right? It's really highly targeted to such an extent that if any other group or culture, we haven't heard about the end of slavery for over 160 fucking years.
Oh, right.
And
the British get accused of
treated.
being fucking racist. And Disco has literally paid for ending slavery. There's the fucking reparations, you dumb fuck. Disco's taxes went to recovering the fucking treasury after they ended slavery.
Yeah, just because it's so close to Juneteenth, gay ass holiday, I'm just going to say emancipation was a mistake. I've said it publicly.
The big mistake of the British when they ended slavery was not using their massive navy to return everyone to the homes they were cruelly stolen from. It was just unbelievably cruel to not take them back to their homes. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
We should totally help them. Yeah, we should totally help them and send them home to their treasured planet. Let us send them home so they can make Wakanda.
Yeah. It's so recent that Callum paid taxes to end slavery, and he's under 25.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I didn't finish paying off the reparations until like 2019 or 14 or something.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. It was something in 2010 or later, I'm certain.
Let me put it like this. This kind of reparation bullshit makes me happy I'm only dealing with the fucking Sami.
Mm-hmm.
I got off easy. My fucking Stone Age people are somewhat easier to please.
Well, that's the difference. Your Stone Age people are people. They're just in the Stone Age.
Yes. Fucking, we gave them snow scooters. Like, oh, cool.
Yep.
There's so many people from the northern parts that actually are of Sami descent, and they're just fucking cool people, you know?
Teabagging for legal reasons, I'm not going to comment on the first post. However, they don't have souls. It's a two-parter. I'm not going to comment on the first part. But on the second part, no, they don't have fucking souls. And if by some miracle they've managed to steal one...
Would one of you send it to me on DM?
If by some miracle they manage to steal a soul from somewhere, or do a deal with Satan, well, they're just going to hell anyway.
Oh, so they're converting to Islam.
Yeah. Well, that's how I already knew they didn't have a soul. Anyway, how's everyone going for time? Dave, I think, has plans to go recover.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat all right now.
Because there were two...
Let's do some memes.
Yeah, I wanted to do two things today, depending on who's available and what time we've got. The memes and some travel photos from Trim. Because Trim went on adventures.
Yeah, we'll
do the memes for Dave, and then Dave can fuck off if he needs to. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can do the travel photos for next, because I will still be here next Saturday. I'm leaving on Sunday next week, so I will be for next one second. We can do travel photos then, if it's all right by you.
Okay, that works fine. That for timing, that can be your segment. Can you go through the photos and make sure there's not anything you don't want to show off in there?
Maybe.
Like the people you went on the holiday with that were in all your museum photos.
What makes you think they were part of the gang?
Because they were in all the fucking photos, and I had to edit them out of each one.
I know. Hey, I asked you if you wouldn't mind, and you said yes. So you know.
No, well, I mean, we went full autism on it. We were telling stories about Polish postwomen.
Oh, that museum was kind of fucking cool. My favorite part was the weapons.
There were some very cool ones. Anyway, we'll do the memes so that we can get just... What a fucking day, guys. My favorite kind of berries are rob berries.
This is my favorite part of Twitter. There's so many of these now these days. Thank God for black fatigue.
Yeah. Speaking of Europeans, JEU.
Yes. And it's always these creatures.
No, it's not Trim.
No,
Trim. The other creatures that we've been talking about all day. It's usually them as well.
Why are they in our countries again?
No, they don't count.
They shouldn't be. I don't care how they got here. I want them to go home.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase what I said then. Because I do agree with that one, but here's the thing. It's always the fucking nose.
Are you nose to sing things again?
Yeah, it's every single one of these idiots. They either do the hand thing, they do the fucking hunched shoulder thing, or they have a nose that look like they could hang themselves by over an edge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, right. Let's move on from that one because I'm sick of seeing that ugly bitch. We both said things we didn't mean, but those who were behind us now. I meant every word. You prove yourself to be a dangerous order follower and a threat to those around you.
Based.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Argentina is among the most Islamophobic and anti-Muslim countries in the world. Based. Still not crying for you, and still not forgiving you for the Falklands. Keep your damn hands off our rocks.
This is a good step in the right direction for redemption.
Jesus Christ, Teabag! Where the... Oh my... That's really on remix.
Wait, what?
Oh,
what?
Oh,
I didn't hear shit.
Wow.
Holy fuck. This is beautiful.
The fucking suicidal empathy. Jesus wept.
Liberal white women, the third most destructive force in the world.
Once again,
by far.
You investigate the problem, and it's the French.
Yes.
We have fucked up.
Yeah, like
problems with all the French didn't exist.
I'm gonna have a quick Google and see if I can confirm it.
I think I saw something about this.
Like it could be fake, but I mean, I'd believe it. And French woman convicted for falsely claiming white male right there.
So,
so on a positive note, supposedly, Two-Tier is contemplating resigning and doing some sort of meetings over the weekend with his family. Now, I think that's bullshit, that none of that's actually going to happen, but that's the current rumor that's been floating around.
Oh, it would have, if you saw it recently, it would have been on Visegrad 24.
Yes. Which is...
Basic, I'm gonna send you a Twitter post. I don't know if it's real or not, but if it is, I'll be happy. I'm DMing it to you.
Yeah. Well, it's GB News, so I'll put that up on screen while I have a quick look at the other ones.
Yep, I can read it if you want.
Please.
Henry Novak killer left cowering in cell after facing threats from other inmates. Jonathan Wong, not such a bad man now, I guess.
I'm I'm gonna wait to hear anything on that until he's stabbed and in the hospital.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I would
Tony
love
got his
to.
ass
I would love
kicked
to
several
believe
times.
this is true. I would love to believe it's true, but I don't. You know, like I don't know if there's. It seems like there needs to be more proof.
Like a body. A
Yeah.
body of evidence.
I want a vigorous ass kicking as proof. Chop chop, prison.
I'm just finding primary sources. Can we have English? Okay. Maybe true on that other story. Oh, for fuck's sake, Google, just translate the fucking website and stop asking questions. So there's a Wikipedia article for act2.fr, a French regional news website. And this is what the articles were on Remix was referring to. No. That's not the same thing. Oh no, here we go. Man's in no sign of the victim's underwear. DNA belongs to a young man of African origin. Oh well, okay. So that doesn't sound like what was reported by Remix.
I almost have to wonder if she was just whoring around with this dude and say, I'm going to say it was this other guy who raped me.
Yeah, the way I'm reading it, she was mud sharking and then felt guilty about it. Or at least that seems to be what the court has determined.
Guilty of mud sharking.
Yes, basically. Yeah. She filed a rape complaint and recounted events that took place the previous day. Alleged their attacker was wearing a black COVID mask. And I point, where does it say that she claimed that it was a white person that did it? Yeah, that doesn't add up. Because I'm not saying anything about a white man in here. Oh, no, there we go. The complainant stated that she'd been abused by a Caucasian man. In fact, she'd had consensual sex with an African.
I mean, that's about the same as rape.
Oh, no. Hold on. What was it? Unfortunately, it's struggling with the translation. Filed a complaint that there was no rape. On it sounds like she falsely accused him. Yeah. There we go. She did have a date arranged through a mobile app and a sexual encounter. That's not what Remix said. That's something that was implied. Remix, come on. Or whoever it was. Guys, this is not how we do shit. And this is why...
This kind of shit is... So this is why 250,000 girls were abused. Mm-hmm. It's not just the culpability of... Like, I'm not going to blame the women at all, but there's a lot of false accusations that do go around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that I've been trying to find a more precise way of saying, but there's the pattern of the single mothers, there's the abject failure of the police, honestly,
There's
I'm
the
looking at
criminalizing
a
of
lot
British
of this.
men who tried to protect the kids, like Tommy.
Yep. I'm looking at this as a natural, logical conclusion of feminism.
Yes.
And you notice how feminists seem to love the Muslims. So it's like, yeah, this is the natural outgrowth of this evil that is pervasive everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like how the LGBT are such fucking fans of the Muslims.
Yeah.
Because they share proclivities.
I just want to address on journalistic integrity grounds, which apparently we have more of than every legitimate newspaper in England and most people on the internet. So it says here that she had a date and a sexual encounter. It went badly. The defense attorney says it was violent, and the woman didn't want to explain what's happened. She was ashamed and invented the story. Subsequently, she was trapped by her own statements. But she said it was a white guy instead of a black guy because of Marxism, essentially. Because of
feminism,
fucking cultural Marxism, frankly. Yeah.
Can you say retardation?
Yeah. But also, this is not how this was framed by Remix. It is true, though, that she lied that she was raped by a white man when she was, in fact... Frankly, I'm not sure what's wrong with the article, because it sounds like what was started consensually may have turned into a rape. Which, I mean, frankly, it's an African, so... Either way, she did lie about the race of her alleged attacker. Actually, no. How to phrase it? She lied about the race of a sexual partner who she claimed had raped her, which may or may not have been true, but because of stupid liberal fucking white women, claimed it was a white dude instead of a black dude.
I'm so tired of this shit.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. That's just, she should have been embarrassed.
If she could be embarrassed, she wouldn't be doing this shit.
Oh god.
Next meme.
Yes.
Yep.
I was just looking for the next one because one of them's a touch spicy, Dave. I agree, but it's a touch spicy. So I feel like there's a sleep in me that needs to be slept, but each time I sleep, I don't sleep that sleep. Oh god, I feel that in my back and in my knees. This one is vague enough that I think I wake up, I read the news, the urge to crusade intensifies. Oh god, what a stupid fucking statement. Trump says again that without him, Israel wouldn't exist. I'll say it again. Habibi, Israel was there before you, will remain here after you, will survive despite your betrayal. Read it out in context. Donald Trump is older than Israel.
Seriously? Oh my god, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Israel's only like 71 years old or something, and Trump's in his 80s.
I think it's on the jest scale. But yes, I believe that's true. That's fucking hilarious. And I'll say it again. I don't want Israel involved in my government, and I don't want to be giving them my money. But God, I wish them great success in conquering the entirety of the Middle East.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Good luck in Greater Israel, guys. Just get the fuck out of our countries.
It's like, you don't need my money. You're doing it well enough on your own.
Can we do a deal with them? We will give them the Middle East if they all get the fuck out.
I'd be accepting this.
Yeah. But, they have to keep what they, conquer. They can't send it elsewhere.
True.
Well, I didn't say we were going to give them tenanted territories.
Next meme.
Oh god, I was just getting distracted. So, I got distracted by a highlight in real titties, and I'm sitting here going, should I click on it? And see what's invited. If you say Jews are trouble and eventual online, they dox you and ruin your career. If you say blacks are impulsive and violent in person, they stomp on your head. The lesson here is to be anti-Semitic in person. Jews are very proud and racist online. Blacks can't figure out computers. I wish that was true.
That's perfect.
I don't know if this counts as a meme so much as a commentary, but it's short enough that we'll put it in here. Feminists went from hashtag MeToo, believable victims, to denying 250,000 UK girls were raped because the perpetrators are brown. It's insane how quiet feminists are about 250,000 young British girls being raped and tortured by Pakistani men. Don't forget murdered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Evil. Actual fucking evil.
Feminists are awfully quiet about the rape gang, the 250,000 girls. Why? Feminists. All men are trans. Even rape gang immigrants, feminists. Don't forget to decorate for Juneteenth.
Remember, guys, to pay some of that purple drank over your door, and then the Floydians won't come and steal your stuff.
You gotta put out your fried chicken for the ghost of Harriet Tubman. So they can steal your bike.
And some fentanyl for Floyd, and then you're definitely blessed.
Is that considered an appropriate Juneteenth celebration to just leave out a bowl of fentanyl? Because if it is, I have a suggestion.
Go to Mexico.
No, remove the child safety cap.
There you go. Oh man.
Yeah. Imagine protesting like this in the EU Parliament on behalf of rape gangs and third world subversives. White women are interesting. This is the picture we'll be showing our granddaughters when we explain why women can no longer vote. Oh, it's one of the many. One of the many.
Accessible. It's so funny how so many women now are against women voting rights. That's
I mean, there's always been a large proportion that are historically. And it's like, why did they get silenced? Oh, right, because of progressive men.
Yep.
Oh dear. The social cohesion appears to have broken down because the truth has been spread. A 36-year-old white Scottish man is being investigated by counter-terrorism retards after 5 people were stabbed in Edinburgh. He said after his arrest, I'm taking the country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters.
Based.
No, Trim. No.
What?
No, he's the one being investigated, Trim.
No, what he said. Not being arrested.
Yes, but he carried it out the wrong way because he forgot to get government approval first. He didn't fill out a form and get a stabbing license.
Shit.
Hey, is that what's included with asylum papers?
No, it's called the Quran.
Much, yeah. Isn't that the same? I made an assumption and I was wrong. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, but yes, remember that rogue stabbings not productive. In fact, it's exactly what the fucking government wants.
Yeah. But it's in Edinburgh, so stabbing happened quite often there, though.
Yes, but it's usually the other way around, Shim.
Right.
But no, all this guy has achieved is giving the government weaponry to beat people over the head with.
Yeah.
They're just going to turn around and go, those racist Scottish people. Now, if Rupert Lowe and Tommy can find out that the 5 people stabbed have all been convicted of child rape, then we can reassess.
Yes.
In fact, if there's 5 of them, there's a pretty fucking good chance at least 2 have been convicted of it. But he doesn't know that.
No.
So you can't go around and do an unpermitted stabbing. Because all it's going to do
for legal and actual decent reasons, this is a bad thing. I'm just fucking fatigued, so I essentially just react out of nowhere.
Yes, but you can't just go on random stabbings, guys. Firstly, it's far too inefficient. Secondly, touch illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
illegal. Isn't
a
good.
bad touch illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of need to focus on the legal part and then deporting them all legally. YouTube.
Yeah, it is true based, but you have to remember there is a system to follow. It's what separates us from the animals.
You mean the Muslims?
Yes. I
Oh,
said
right.
animals.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Oh, here's them. Speaking of, here, there's a convenient meme for that. Are these two numbers the same? Nope. What about the bars? Are those the same? No, not really. So they're unequal. I guess so. Murders by blacks and murders by non-blacks. Yeah, but white people commit crimes too. Yes, dickhead.
Dev?
We've got enough retarded, stupid, fucking criminal white scum. We don't need everyone else's.
Well, but it's not diverse enough if you don't have foreign scum.
But what about the fucking chicken tikka masala?
Speaking of the chicken tikka masala, Trim, rank these World War II leaders from worst to best.
FDR is clearly the worst.
And then comes Mussolini.
Well, Churchill is, I mean, straight up the best. That's not to say he's good. It's, I mean, you've given us a vile piece of trash that locked his citizens up in a fucking concentration camps without due course. Hitler, Stalin, the fucking Italian dude, and Churchill. You appreciated that. Okay. Dave appreciated that. Do I need to explain the joke for everyone else?
No. Listen. Sorry, I focus on Mr. Reply Guy because I know everyone here wants to hate on Churchill, but please remember that he engineered a famine in India that killed millions.
Yeah.
He stopped prematurely.
Oh.
But did you get the joke, Trim?
FDR is a piece of shit, yeah.
Well, yes.
Good man.
But do you get the reference to the vile, treacherous piece of scum that's locked up his own citizens in concentration camps? Because FDR did that.
Yes. Yeah. Japanese Americans, among others.
Hey, Trim does.
And
Well done.
Americans.
Good shit. Yeah. Good shit.
There's a reason I don't like the guy.
Yep. And the Nisei still went and fought for their country.
Mm-hmm.
FDR should be cursed just for that alone.
Oh, yeah.
It
takes a lot when he's on the bottom here.
Yeah. Like, you want to talk about fucking heroes. Every single one of the Nisei, they'd had their fucking families unlawfully interred. They'd had their property stolen. They were being treated like shit. And yet they still went, yeah, this is my fucking country. I'm going to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So it is remarkable what the Nisei did.
It is. And then they, what was it, the fucking Purple Heart Battalion? One of the highest casualty rates in the fucking war.
Yep.
Fat electrician and what was it? Battalion something or other? Just type fat electrician Nisei into YouTube or Google something and you'll get it. Incredible story.
Yeah. I'm just going to put it like this. FDR doesn't deserve the Roosevelt name. Roosevelt was a much greater man than he.
Called Go for Broke that was about the combat theme. It's Hollywood, but it is kind of an interesting little snapshot of how quickly they rehabilitated their reputation.
Well, apparently there was one town, according to Mr. Fat Electrician, that turned around to the federal government and went, no, fuck off, they're ours. You can't have them. They're Americans. Get fucked. And the government's like, oh, fine, whatever.
Yep.
Just following orders.
Just following orders.
442nd
Might.
Infantry Battalion. Thank you, Danny. Now, did you know that, or did you just Google it really well? With this audience, I would not be surprised if you knew it off the top of your head. Speaking of that useless bonus fucking whore that needs to go to fucking prison. Insane report, 250,000 uncredible number. Meanwhile, Merck, Mr. Truly Fed, 250,000 victims in 50 years is a completely unrealistic number. A Jew.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, 6 million in a few ovens. Let's do that, huh?
Yeah.
All the while during a full-on fucking war.
Yeah.
On two fronts.
It's storm over. If only.
Wait.
Poland is very based. I'm going to submit this without further comments.
Based.
That's why Poland's rapes have halved, while England's have increased by 800%. I think this might be why.
Yep. Exactly. I even spoke with a bunch of Poles down there, and they have this, yeah, no, fuck that shit. You don't want any of that.
Yeah. What do we got? Dave has a video for us. What the fuck? Yeah.
What in the North Korea is this shit?
Impressed?
What the fuck?
That's going to be one hell of a sneeze.
Dude, for
Holy
real.
crap.
No.
Oh, man.
I nearly fucking
like
sneezed
I've-
myself to a
okay.
heart attack if I fucking burp fucking coke up my nose.
Right? Like, my eyes are watering just watching that video. I love it.
Yeah, I know, right? I want to blow my nose just fucking see
Right?
this shit.
Jesus.
I'm impressed. That's weird. It's gross, but I'm impressed. That dude's gonna be smelling beer for the next year.
Well, it's an improvement over
Maybe it
many
doesn't
things.
have sinuses anymore.
That would make sense. They're all filled with beer.
Yep. I wonder how much drunker he could possibly get because of the membranes
Hell,
in the nose.
Marky. Marky says, "No, imagine how fast he could have done that if he was Jewish."
Oh. Oy vey.
Oh, man. Hey, before or after he removes the coin purse up there? Oy vey.
Oh, Jesus. What do we have in live shows? Tell us a guard being useless. Oh, there's the body cam footage of Carmelo Anthony being arrested. They have a video from a long way away of the push and stabbing. Not going to bother putting those up today because fuck it, we've had enough fucking trauma.
Yeah.
Though I have been using a new word for these. Like, it's a general term for all of the people we're talking about, the ones that are annoying and generally just destructive. It is minus variance. Coined by one of the Progress Party members. Of course, he got thrown out after that, but the term has been sticking lately. So from now on, I say minus variance, and it counters every single zone from African to Indian.
Okay.
As well as communist.
Here's a good one.
Ooh.
Oh. Spires and Asuna surpass the views of God of War Lothae trailer in just 2 days.
Nice.
Yeah, so in the 3 pixels, 7.1 million on the PlayStation channel over 7 days for God of War Clapped Out Whore. And meanwhile, 10 million for the Spyro trailer.
Yep.
Damn it, like, is that Jen Psaki? Like, it is, hasn't it?
It really looks like her. I'm so sick and tired. And I like how more and more people are just so fucking tired of these things.
Yeah. What I love the most is that I can just fuck these people off so much of going, nah, I'm not going to buy that. The not buying will continue until all the fucking retards are crying and broke and poor and homeless.
Yes, I agree to this.
Where was I in the memes list? Oh, yes. You like this one. The 11th commandment. You with the goat. Stop that.
Oh man! Do you know that Packies have a beauty pageant for the most beautiful goats?
Yes, actually, I did. That is actually true. My brain fucking tried to save me from that for a second.
Good attempt.
Just seeing if there's anything other interesting. Not really. There's some Teabagging has provided this image for us.
Good kitty. Good kitty.
Danny says the truest song of victory is to hear the lamentations of their septum rings, the wails of their they-thems, to drive out the hair dye before us.
Yes, exactly.
oh God. Teabag. This will be the last one because it's going to be hard to top this. 1929, women are legally declared persons. The Great Depression begins.
It makes too much sense.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Now, funnily enough,
man, this has been a rough
okay. One more because this one's from Dave, and it's basically the same thing. Feminism encourages women to leave their husbands, practice witchcraft, destroy capitalism, and become lesbians. Turns out that was not hysterical. That's just straight up true.
Yeah, the comment, the top one is crazy how literally all of this happened.
Literally, too. Like even the fucking witchcraft. That's the crazy part.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast a spell on Trump.
Fucking lunatics.
I shall channel the power of my septum ring.
Oh, God. Why does that have to be so accurate to say, Trim?
I know. It's just...
Well, what do you think would happen if we just, I don't know, took an alligator clip, connected one end to something that will remain nameless, but you'll figure out in a second, and the other end to the nose ring?
You know, I've heard of this treatment called electroshock therapy to cure hysteria in women.
Yeah.
It might work.
I believe that's called a taser. 50,000 volts,
hey, it works on the fucking hogs. It works on the fucking hogs.
Oh, dear.
You know,
cool.
This has been a really fucking rough stream.
Yeah,
to be honest, but at least we managed to lighten it up. We managed to lighten it up at the end.
All right, we've been here long enough. We'll call it quits here. Right. Firstly, I think we might have picked up a few new people during the stream, possibly. The numbers look pretty good. If you are new, welcome. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed. Please click all the buttons that do the things, like following. Sultans of Shadilay streams every Saturday at 2 p.m. London time. And yeah, it's basically this, but most of the time we have more than just one thing. We don't normally have 200 pages of Muslims raping white girls. Normally that's just one segment.
Yeah. But I'm glad we went into depth with this. I mean, it needed to be covered, and it's making the rounds. But just the sheer horror of what these girls that are now women, and even the lads went through, because the government is too much. Oh, we're too fucking cowardly. Yeah,
they are. They're too afraid of being called racist to actually fucking protect their people. They're a bunch of fucking traitors. So
Useless
anyhow, that's going to
cowards
lead
and
into a
traitors.
whole long. That's going to turn into a whole
Yeah,
other
let's-
long
let's
rant.
pull
So
the
we
pin.
better leave it there and
Oh,
just
yeah.
wrap up.
Oh
We
yeah,
will.
yeah. We're cutting it here. I'm not gonna start
Yeah.
turning into that.
So,
one.
yeah.
Holy
Right.
fuck.
If you're new, welcome. If you're old, good to see you still. If you're on the panel, thank you very much for today. It's been traumatic, and I couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Likewise.
For anyone who wants more shit from us, Pirates with Disco tomorrow for myself. Throughout the week we have art on Trim's Art Shack. Dave and Bleach have at like fucking 9 a.m. on Friday or something. The art of the Auto Circle.
Artistry.
Yep. Where they discuss actual art and put effort into things. It's crazy.
Also, I like Prime Knight's comment to all who suffered scream into a pillow. Drink some spirits and remember to vote like your life depends on it.
Because it fucking does.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the big highlights of the week. Danny has requested that we finish on a big boom. So we'll do that. And that will be us for today once we get this on it. And then we'll see you on the next time. So we got a big boom, apparently.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Apparently,
Dude, the lid just flew off.
Apparently, it was an errant Russian missile. Damn.
Refinery. Holy shit.
I can't believe how
Dude.
perfectly
Oh my God.
that just lifted.
Wow.
Okay, guys.
Wait, look at this
Messick-
landing. Oh, no, never mind. I thought I was going to, like, recap it afterward.
Yeah,
Really?
that would have been hilarious.
Okay,
But-
there. Wait, shit. There. When the lid starts tipping a bit, wait a minute. A little bit more. Just keep going.
It's like putting on a
There.
condom
Wait,
on
no,
it.
no. There. And
Wait,
now you had a
hey.
big note. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Hava Nagila
Look,
song.
it looks like it
too.
Jesus. Alrighty. On that,
Right.
on that explosive
Oh,
night.
That, you stole my line, damn it.
Great minds. Oh, fuck. Alrighty, folks. We'll see you next week. It should hopefully be more lighthearted. We're at least going to have Trim's vacation photos. And yeah, I'd like to say I know what else we'll have, but fuck me, the world is so fucked that we could have 3 different, completely insane pieces of retardation happen that need to get covered. So between now and next Saturday, so fuck it.
Yep.
Please, God, don't make the world too retarded now. Please.
It already is.
How's it go?
Ah!
How's it go? It's
All
been a
right.
long decade. Alrighty, guys.
I know.
Hey, Shadilay.
Shadilay, everybody.
Shadilay, folks.
Oh my God.